Hello and welcome to Somabay, Egypt for round one. This is stage one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. My name is Will Rollo and I am thrilled to be sharing the action as we go around the world today for the men's and women's 10 kilometers. This is the second year the series has started in Somabay, Egypt, and we once again have a star-studded field ready to race. Our athletes currently getting ready in the athletes' pen for a start time in 13 minutes. That is 9 a.m. local time in Somabay. Once again, as we mentioned, a lot of good athletes ready to race. We are missing, of course, the 2023 champion at this event in Florian Rollbrock, but we do have the overall series winner and world champion recently from the Doha World Championships. We have Krzysztof Rozovsky looming large as the favorite today. Today we will have 45 athletes in the men's race. They will undertake 5 laps of this magnificent course, swimming in an anti-clockwise direction. The start will be in the Somabay Marina. There will be 6 turn cans with a longest straight of 750 meters, meaning there will be testing conditions for the athletes out there. As we can see, 2 of the favorites, David Bethlehem and Krzysztof Rozovsky, on screen now. Rozovsky full of confidence after a fantastic start to 2024. Can he continue his winning ways today and chase down that elusive Olympic gold medal which awaits him in Paris later this year? Once again, we will be doing our initiatives that were introduced in 2023 with sprint laps on offer, as well as our junior champion, our overall series champion, and we will be having relays conducted throughout all the races. This meets relay will be conducted tomorrow, so if you are free, be sure to tune in to watch our 4x1500 mixed freestyle relay in this iconic venue. As we mentioned, the sprint championships once again up for grabs. Last year it was David Bethlehem missing out slightly to Krzysztof Rozovsky, his Hungarian teammate, who took the overall series win. Did Rozovsky as well, as we mentioned earlier, the overall series win. So today they will be once again racing for those sprint points. They'll be conducted at the end of lap 1, 3, and 4. Of course, today being a 5-lap course, 2 kilometers each lap. And as we mentioned as well, 6 times they'll be turning in each lap. So plenty to watch for. It'll be interesting to see how athletes, as Marc-Antoine Olivier finishes up his preparations, athletes such as himself will be handling the conditions out there today. We're not too far away from introducing our athletes. On screen currently we have Jonas Kusch. He was one of our leaders of the junior competition last year, the German. And he'll be looking to fight hard once again in 2024. You can see there a great setup on the beach of this fantastic resort. It's great to be back in Somabay for the second year running. As we mentioned, 10 minutes now into the start time of this race. If we look through the field, of course, there are a number of superstars. To name a few, of course, Mario Sanzullo, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Domenico Azzarenza, Jan Herzog, Gregorio Paltrineri, Krzysztof Rozovsky, who we've mentioned, Dario Varani, Marcelo Guidi, David Bethlehem, and Martin Strucker of Czechia, rounding out some of the biggest names in the field. A lot of those athletes having already booked their ticket to Paris later this year. For the athletes not on their way to the Olympic Games, plenty to swim for. This is, of course, a great opportunity for them to stamp their name in the history books as a World Cup Series winner. And I'm sure the likes of Mario Sanzullo and Dario Varani will be hoping to continue their winning ways. as well as, of course, Marcelo Guidi, who had a fantastic series last year. So with all that said and done, of course, we will be very eagerly watching. This is the first of this World Cup series this year. Our athletes are completing their preparation now. The weather currently in Somabay, 19 degrees Celsius with about a 24-kilometer wind. So for those playing along from the US, that's about 67 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind at a gustly 15 miles per hour. So it is testing conditions for the athletes, but as we did see in Doha, those athletes that do stand up in the chop will swim very strongly here. Of course, that wouldn't be music to the ears of many athletes, with the likes of Krzysztof Rosowski very good in a bit of chop. So we can see our final athletes heading towards the introductory area. We'll start calling our athletes through very shortly. Wearing cap number 101 and kicking the athletes off will be Peter Wozniak. He also has been around the traps for a while now, representing Poland, born in 2005. So still a very long future ahead for Wozniak. And he is the first of the athletes introduced. The Polish swimmer, Peter Wozniak. Karim Majid of Egypt will be wearing cap 102. So obviously a great honor to be able to represent your country at your home country. And that is what is at stake here for Karim. So these athletes, of course, would have been in some tough preparation. I know a number of the big squads around the world did a lot of time at altitude training heading into the Doha World Championships. Now, with those athletes hoping and hopefully having booked their ticket to the Olympic Games, the real work begins. You can see the athletes making their way out to the starting pontoon. As we mentioned, 5 laps of this incredible course, 6 turns ahead of them. So they'll start in the marina. Turn cans 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will all be left-hand turns. And turn buoy 1 will be a right-hand turn. So interesting to see these athletes coming out now with plenty of nerves on the start line here in Somabay. We just saw Ivan Giovanni of Italy being introduced. Up next, 109, Axel Raymond, their 2-time world champion. Just a little bit to sort out there as he walks out. An imposing figure on the start line, Big Raymond of France. He is one of those athletes that will not be competing at the Olympic Games this year. Unfortunately for him, Marc-Antoine Olivier and Logan Fontaine also represent France. So very tough to get a Guernsey at a home Olympics. I know both Logan and Marc-Antoine will be hoping to be on the medal dice as they get ready to race in the Seine River. One of the fantastic legacy pieces of this year's Olympic Games is the work that World Aquatics and the International Olympic Committee have done to ensure continual growth in open water and I guess the legacy of the Games for the public to be able to swim once again in the Seine River. We see there, we just had Mario Sanzullo, another imposing figure on the start line. Mario, of course, recently raced at the 2024 South 32 Rottnest Channel Swim, where he, unfortunately, like the rest of the athletes, had to be withdrawn from the race. But Mario was absolutely charging home in the end of that race, and I'm sure the time in Western Australia has done him a world of good as he continues his preparation for the 2024 season. So much like last year, our top 10 athletes will be the last athletes introduced to the overall crowd. Incredible camera work here. Thanks once again to World Aquatics, bringing the action around the world as we have Somabay on the highest stage here.
27 from Egypt, Mazen Mustafa Shokri.
We just moved through cap number 27, another
28 from Egypt, Mustafa Tariq. 29 from Hungary.
The weather conditions will be testy for the athletes.
30 from Greece.
More and more athletes getting ready to race. As we mentioned, 45 athletes today in the men's race. 5 laps of this incredible course in an anti-clockwise direction. They will be starting in the marina. 6 turn cans ahead of them, the longest straight being 750 meters. We'll see sprint laps at the end of lap 1, 3, and 4.
35 from Spain.
There's going to be a lot of interesting maneuvers. A very tactical course ahead of these athletes. Really does suit the likes of Marc-Antoine Olivier, a very light, fast, and high stroke rate athlete. We have to move through the pack quickly. And with all the disruption to the normal race, of course, they will have to judge that movement very quickly and calmly. So expect a lot of athletes to having to lift their head a lot throughout the race, making sure they've got a good understanding of where everyone's sitting, where they need to be positioned, and how to move forward at critical points.
42 from Egypt.
As we round out our field here, that was cap number 42. Another swimmer representing Egypt moving through. A couple Egyptians in caps 42, 43, and Maran will round them out in cap 44. Here we go with our top athletes. That was Marcelo Guidi, as we mentioned. A superstar of the sport, had a fantastic year in 2024. And we'll look to have the same success this year. He, as well as Axel Raymond, will not be heading to the Olympic Games, but hoping to continue his fine form here. As we see David Bethlehem being introduced. What a superstar he is. Helped the Hungarian team get bronze in the 4 by 1.5 kilometer relay. As you can see, it is quite a large field here in Somabay. 45 athletes, of course, much bigger than the field that will be racing at the Olympic Games, but also a little bit smaller than what was at the Doha World Championships. Speaking of those championships, Domenico Azzorenza, a fantastic athlete, always in the battle. A very dominant win in Madeira last year to take the overall victory in the final stage. We move through to the final 3. Here is Marc-Antoine Olivier, silver in the 10 kilometers, behind none other than Krzysztof Rozowski at the recent World Championships. He is another name to remember in 2024, as is Gregorio Paltrineri, our second last athlete to be introduced, and an absolute superstar of our sport. Didn't race the 10K in Doha, but did in the 5K and swam strongly throughout. So excited to see what he has in store for us today. And of course, our final athlete, the man of the moment, always walking with that swagger, Krzysztof Rozowski. He is the imposing figure and looming large ahead of a big year in 2024. Always confident, always strong, and always in control. What does Krzysztof Rozowski have for us today? The conditions do suit him as we now move through our start list. As we mentioned, cap 101 will be worn by Peter Wozniak of Poland. Some great swimmers in there. We move through to 11 to 20. Jan Herzog rounding out that field for Austria. He is headed to the Olympics. Pascal Sanzulo, of course, younger brother of Mario Sanzulo. Speaking of, Dario Varani, Marcelo Guidi rounding out 37, 38, David Bethlehem, and the rest of the field now being shown and on the starting platform. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. It is an absolute privilege to be with you once again to start this year's season. My name is Will Rollo, and we'll be calling the action over the next 2 hours as the athletes move into the hands of the starters. Underway here in Somabay, the 2024 season kicks off with a bang in a picturesque setting here in Egypt. Where else would you want to be? 10 kilometers of the very best athletes battling through the course. There'll be 5 laps, 6 turn cams, sprints on lap 1, 3, and 4 as we look to crown the champion to start the series. And what a way it has been to start. We can see already 2 clear leaders separating out. As we mentioned in the preamble, there'll be 6 turn buoys throughout the course. The first, of course, being the big yellow at the top of your screen. You'll see them conduct a right-hand turn. There will be 5 right-hand turns and 1 left-hand turn. Of course, the longest straight being just over 750 meters. We can see the big names already making their move to the front just a minute into today's race. Truly sensational scenes here in Egypt. There's nowhere else you want to be watching the action on your Saturday, wherever you're tuning in around the world. Some of the best athletes are here competing. This, of course, being the men's race. We have the women's race that will be swum after this, but for now, we absolutely love the scenes here in Somabay, Egypt. This is the second time we have been racing in this destination, and you can see the turquoise water once again turning it on for these athletes. The conditions, 19 degrees Celsius, sorry, and it is about 67 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind at about 15 miles per hour, which is quite brisk, and you can see them swimming currently into that headwind. It's going to be interesting as we make our way through the course. Of course, we'll see how the athletes play out. You will want to be sitting in about that 3rd and 4th spot at the moment, making sure you can maximize the draft. There's a lot of good athletes in this field, but you can see already David Bethlehem of Hungary really putting down the pace. Look like Marc-Antoine Olivier just sitting in behind him, nice and snug, and then you can see just the mishmash of swimmers trying to fight their way through a bit of the discomfort earlier. I expect that we'll get a lead pack that sits about 15 deep. I would be surprised if we did see a breakaway today, but of course these athletes in pretty intense training early on, as we now get confirmation David Bethlehem is our early leader. You can see he's got quite a high stroke rate that makes him sit up in the water very nicely and able to control the tempo from the front of the race. So certainly Bethlehem, the new age of athlete. He is, of course, the 2022 Junior World Champion. He won that race by a whopping 6 minutes. So he does have the ability to do it on his own. He's yet to have won a World Cup stop in the individual 10 kilometers, but I'm sure today he'll be looking to get on top of the podium. I'm sure Krzysztof Rosowski, his countryman and teammate, will be looking to say otherwise. Of course, there is financial incentives on these races, these athletes racing for gold, but racing for some money as well. Some representing their federation, some hoping to ensure a longevity in their swimming careers. So for now, it is Krzysztof Rosowski tucked in the field. David Bethlehem leads the way. Marc-Antoine Olivier sitting currently in 2nd position. A lot of young athletes, up-and-comers, fighting hard, and a couple of our prime athletes in, of course, Axel Raymond, Dario Varani, Mario Sanzulo, all looking to step on top of that dais today. But of course, you can only have one winner, but really the winner today are those in attendance in Somabay. What a picturesque scene to be racing in. Absolutely beautiful water, testing conditions, but that's what makes open water swimming very, very exciting. So we have at the moment apparently a chaser of Peter Wozniak. We'll see where he is falling into that field as we get some more shots of the lead. But currently we have just a great shot of that. Shows how difficult open water swimming really can be. Quite testing, that's for sure, in the middle of the field. There's a lot going on, a lot of white water, and if you are sitting right in the middle, of course you have to be worried about preservation of energy, but most importantly, being able to react to those breaks that do occur. We did see at the World Championships, David Bethlehem, in fact, was sitting at about 6th or 7th in the 5 kilometers. There was a split in front of him, and he had to work really, really hard to get back into that leading group. Subsequently, of course, bringing through a big chunk of the field. So, of course, that wouldn't be great for the overall energy of David Bethlehem, and I'm sure he'd be trying his hardest to avoid that. At the moment, certainly no one doing it any better than Bethlehem, who currently leads. It does look like there's a bit of confusion going on in the main field. The course, of course, isn't the easiest to navigate. 6 turn cans out there today, and we'll be seeing them complete 5 laps of this course as they make their way down to the far side. It is quite a lumpy course indeed. At the moment, it is Bethlehem still leading, Marc-Antoine Olivier as our 2 lead swimmers. No real separation. We will see those younger swimmers start to fall off the back of that lead pack quite quickly. You can see as the athletes sort of dart from left to right on your screen, there will be a bit of disruption between those athletes. But Bethlehem looking really comfortable. I'm sure he wouldn't be paying too much to it, but there wouldn't be many better pictures than what is being displayed by David Bethlehem at the moment. That turquoise water really painting a great picture of what open water can bring for not only the sport, but for viewers around the world, knowing to add Somabay, Egypt to the bucket list one day. It's a great shot overhead of Bethlehem leading the way. So if we dive into what 2024 looks like for this field, of course our top 2 athletes in David Bethlehem and Marc-Antoine Olivier, both headed to the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. For Marc-Antoine Olivier, after just finishing behind Krzysztof Rosowski at this year's World Championships, of course in the medals. In 2016 Rio Olympics, he claimed bronze in the 10 kilometers. This will be his 3rd Olympic Games. Can he get that elusive gold medal? Our reigning Olympic gold medalist Florian Wellbrock will be hoping to retain his title as the best in the world. But it's going to be an interesting race to watch, that's for sure. The conditions really do make a difference, especially in the men's race. The likes of Krzysztof Rosowski and Dominik Gratzarenza, very big and strong athletes. So we're getting a bit of an update there. We have Bethlehem leading Wozniak, Capala, and Benito of Spain. Carlos Benito, one of the rising stars from last year. He had a fantastic race in Golf Orange. Really did surprise us all as the 2nd stop at the World Cup. Carlos didn't end up racing at the 2024 World Championships. He opted to in fact race in the pool. The exciting thing about the new selection policy for the Olympic Games means if you do qualify in the 1500 meters or the 800 meter freestyle, you can come across and race the open water, assuming that your federation doesn't already have 2 athletes swimming. For Carlos Benito, of course, of Spain, he if he is able to be selected through the Spanish selection process will in fact, I believe, double in the pool and open water. So we'll be watching that eagerly as we are watching. This is the opening straight of lap 1 of 5 here. It's stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series.
The second World Cup Open Water Swimming. Today, first event will be 10 kilometers men. We started almost the race from 10 minutes ago. This race is
so you can see our coaches there waiting on the starting platform, which of course will double as the feeding pontoon. You can see those yellow turn cans placed nicely for the athletes to not have to deviate too far off the course in order to take a feed. You can see an athlete that has been dropped by that lead group, as we can see now. Turn buoy 2. Our lead swimmers have gone past it. It is David Bethlehem still out in front. Oh, looks like a little bit of a gap opening there with our top 2 athletes. We did see there was a couple of athletes that were in the battles for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. Swimmer 3 in that line there looks like they are able to close that gap that Bethlehem had opened. But as we mentioned, with 6 turn buoys on the course today, this is the situation where athletes will have to be very careful on how they position themselves, especially with the likes of Bethlehem. He loves to sit at the front, keep that stroke rate really high, push the pace, and make it uncomfortable for those around him. He will surge in and out of those turn cans, trying to separate himself from the field. And if there is any congestion around those turn cans, it's going to put the pressure back on to not only the lead of the chase group, but further through the field. So I know Krzysztof Rozowski obviously would be aware of what David Bethlehem is planning. I can't see him anywhere near the lead this early on, but I expect him to really make his presence felt. Last year, he did have a massive emphasis on taking out the sprint laps. In fact, it led to him taking out the sprint series, a new initiative that was, of course, introduced in 2023 and has once again made an appearance in 2024. At this stage, it's still a little bit far out for them to be jostling for positions for the sprint cans, but they're about 60% through lap number 1. Of course, today we'll see 5 laps of competition, 2 kilometers per lap, and we are getting confirmation it is David Bethlehem of Hungary still leading the way.
This is called drafting, and this one of the most important.
So you can see the athletes on the far side of the course now. They'll battle through the field, and all the athletes now swimming with a bit of a tailwind, so they'll jostle for position. Ultimately, though, you expect the pace to increase here, and we can see that it's very linear, the swimming at the moment. Not a lot of athletes willing to move away from that slipstream that's being provided by the athlete in front. They're really just trying to maximize their speed. We won't see many breaks when athletes are swimming with a tailwind. They usually try and it's a lot harder to create separation when you do swim with a tailwind. So to see the way that they are swimming at the moment, not a lot of surprise there. Bethlehem doing his best work out in front with a very high stroke rate. That is a key factor of his stroke. You can see the athletes battling hard as we move back to the coaches. A lot of nerves, I'm sure. Once the race has started, there's not a lot they can do. Of course, critical their role in the feeding station. They'll be taking notes, being able to relay it afterwards. A new introduction into the 2023 season was the use of wearable technologies. So some of those athletes out there today will undoubtedly have those technologies in use. Unfortunately, though, at this stage, they're not allowed to wear transferable technology, so the coaches will have to wait till after the race to get that information back off them. Can get sensors that sit within the athlete's caps that help relay stroke rate, heart rate, I guess overall efficiency, distance per stroke, all those sort of things that become critical to the development of the athlete throughout their career. Understanding, of course, when they can compare it against others, where the opportunities for growth are. As we can see, the Hungarian team, they've had a great year already this year. Spent some time over in South Africa preparing for the 2024 World Aquatics Championships in Doha, and did it pay off, I tell you what, with a commanding win by Krzysztof Rosowski in the 10 kilometers. Truly was a sensational swim by Krzysztof. Not only that, but his performance in the relay, where he brought his team all the way back from 6th into the medals. Truly a sensational effort. Bethlehem still leading the way as he goes through turn buoy. I believe that is number 3. So they'll start making their way back to the starting platform now. They'll come into a shot of the camera. You can see our officials. Sid Cassidy leading the way, the technical open water swimming committee. We heard him earlier, giving the athletes the all-important briefing. A much beloved figure, Sid Cassidy, for World Aquatics. It's been around for many, many years, and the sport is much better off for him. There's a bit of confusion coming around that turn buoy. You can see Bethlehem really starting to shift across now to get in alignment with where he should be swimming. It's a bit hard to see if there's been a lead change because of that confusion. It still does look like Bethlehem's out in front. Don't think there would be anyone else really willing to take charge of this race this early on. We have seen a split, though, in that lead group. So as I said on the start of the race, I expect to see a lead group of about 15 athletes coming in to the final lap. So, of course, at the moment, there's not a lot of separation, and I don't expect there to be too much. One of the key factors that we'll take in mind, of course, being how many turn buoys there are out on the course. That will play a factor at some point. Potentially could even see the likes of Gregorio Patroneri separating with Krzysztof and Domenico Azzorenzo. Marc-Antoine Olivier, of course, he has looked absolutely sensational. Arguably one of the swimmers of the meet at this year's World Championship. Silver in both the 10 kilometers and the 5 kilometers. And in fact, it almost looks like Marc-Antoine Olivier actually holding the lead now. Of course, there are a number of Frenchmen racing today. Jules Wallart as one to remember for the future. They've got an incredible depth of open water swimming. Add to the mix of Jules and Marc-Antoine and, of course, Axel Raymond, the 2-time world champion, as we see now their coaches on the screen. We add the likes of Logan Fontaine, the 5-kilometer world champion from this year's championships, and, of course, Sasha Velli, one of the rising stars of the sport. There's plenty to be happy about as a fan of French swimming. Goes across both the men's and the women's fields as well, and we'll see some of those athletes popping up shortly. So at the moment we have Peter Wozniak of Poland leading the way. That is a bit of a surprise. I think maybe that confusion with Bethlehem around that turn buoy led to a lead change, and Wozniak and I believe now Bethlehem fighting for that lead position. We see here the coaches starting to get their preparations ready for the athletes as they come through. They'll turn through that yellow turning buoy that was previously on your screen, make their way through the intermediate gate, and of course choose whether or not they will be taking on any fluids. So we have a shot here that just shows the depth of the field. You can see the pace is certainly on. It is whittling down some of those athletes, but still a very strong lead group.
From the first lap, because as I said, everybody drafting. It's first lap.
So we'll see them jostle for position here. This is once again lap number 1. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming Series. We are in Somabay, Egypt, for the start of the season. Once more, echoing what was a successful start to 2023, and it is David Bethlehem back in charge. Just getting confirmation there. The big names still in the mix, and we can see them fighting hard, as we saw in the introduction. Gregorio Pachinari, Christoph Rozovsky, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Marcelo Guidi, Dominic Grazzarenza, just to name a few of the big names competing here in Somabay. The winner last year was none other than one of the legends of the sport, Florian Wellbrook. He's not racing today. His preparations very much focused on the upcoming Olympic Games. Looks like we've got a French athlete that has fallen off, so that is a little bit of a surprise. Looks like Carlos Benito of Spain sitting in that lead group comfortably. So a lot to keep in mind here. As we mentioned in the preamble, 5 left-hand turns, 1 right-hand turn, which is turn buoy 1, which was just previously on your screen. So we see now the mix of our lead group. Expect them to start to push hard. There is sprint points up for grabs here on the end of lap 1. We know how valuable they were last time we were racing here in Somabay. Logan Fontaine did a fantastic job to retain those. Martin Strakia of Czechia starting to move forward in the green Czechia cap. There's not long left to the end of lap 1 here. Starting to make a move through. That looks like it's Mario Sanzullo. Dominic Grazzarenza, the lead Italian cap there on screen. And here we go. Marc-Antoine Olivier wrestling back that lead from David Bethlehem. Looks like Jules Wallart just sitting behind him. Carlos Benito in about 5th. So it looks like Marc-Antoine Olivier has gone out after these sprint lap points here. He let the youngster do all the hard work in David Bethlehem, but the first lap and the first points of 2024 belong to none other than Marc-Antoine Olivier. So there we go, confirmation. Olivier going through first, Bethlehem second, Wallart in third, Atzarenza, Guidi, Benito, Wozniak, Philadelphia, Kapla, Straka, Herzog, Sanzullo, Pascal of course, Scaras, Kush, Martinez, Carl leading through, Mario Sanzullo. So we haven't seen, oh there we go, Gregorio Pachinari kicks through, Axel Raymond. So our lead pack, well and truly established in 25, Dario Varani and Mario Sanzullo, both of whom recently raced the Rottnest Channel Swim. Just off the back of that, interesting strategy there from the feeding station. Our French athlete just falling off, I believe that was Axel Raymond. So we see our officials telling some athletes to separate here as they make their way out. Marc-Antoine Olivier just giving back the reins to David Bethlehem after he took care of business in those sprint points. Carlos Benito sitting in second in that Spanish cap. What a beautiful long stroke he has. As we mentioned before, he is a swimmer on the rise, one of the young stars of our sport. Not only is he a great open water swimmer, but he's also very, very handy in the pool as well. In fact, I believe he will be heading over to the Paris Olympic Games to race in the pool as well as open water. So Bethlehem leads to Benito and Wallat are 3 stars of the future out in front. We got Mario Senzulo and Dario Varani just off the back of that lead group. We're moving now into one of our chase swimmers who's just come through the feeding platform. Back to our lead group. Oh, David Bethlehem not interested in opening that gap that he just established. Maybe he's looking back for Krzysztof Rozovsky, but he's back into his stroke. Just looks absolutely incredible. So comfortable with a high stroke rate. Really impressive technique that keeps his arms well above the water. His recovery not impacted by the conditions whatsoever. And you can see that pace that he set through the opening 2 kilometers, just too much for some of our athletes. So we'll see how it all plays out here in lap 2. But it was a great start to the race here. This, of course, being stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay. The start of another incredible year of competition. We look like we've had a lead change here. Dominic Gratzarenza moves to the front. We did see Bethlehem do a bit of backstroke after turn buoy number 6, making his way out onto the course. This is going back in the field now. So we see some of our further back athletes come in to the feeding pontoon. Looks like 2 of our Egyptian athletes in and through the feeding station. So this is what we were expecting earlier in the race. Dominic Gratzarenza, one of our strongest athletes, him and Krzysztof Rozovsky out in front. Is that no great surprise to see Gratzarenza control the pace. He had a interesting sort of world championships. He was very, very good. He took care of business in the 10 kilometers, booked his ticket to the Paris Olympics. Bronze in the 5 kilometers, just 0.7 of a second behind gold. And then narrowly, by the slightest of margins, held off for the lead and the overall win in the 4x1500 meter mixed relay. The Italians were hoping to retain the world title, but the Australians, through Kyle Lee, had other things to say about that. One of the races of the entire competition, the mixed 4x1500 meter freestyle relay. Another exemplary reason as to why it is so critical in the development of our sport to see this relay really flourish, and we'll be sure to be pushing for inclusion at the Olympic Games in the future. But for now, one man who is all about a big 2024 and the Olympic Games is Dominic Gratzarenza, who leads our lead group of 25 athletes at this stage and looking absolutely fantastic swimming into that headwind. Just a reminder, if you have just tuned in, this is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay, Egypt.
And the boat secures the swimmer.
The water temperature today is about 21 degrees Celsius. The air temperature at the start of the race was about 19 degrees Celsius, 67 degrees Fahrenheit. We expect that to increase throughout the day as the sun rises here on these incredible athletes and this incredible race venue. We are absolutely thrilled to be back here once again. Looks like we have a little bit of a split happening in this lead group. David Bethlehem on the inside, that's the left of your camera, leading that group. Looks like Dominic Gratzarenza on the far side of the course, on the outside, in the black Italian cap. So there is 2 definite separated lines there. This is where, especially you go back into that 20 to 25 spot in that lead group, it's a really tricky point. Which athlete do you believe has the best line? And once you commit to that line, there's no changing it. You are at the mercy of the lead swimmer.
Now, also,
So
one of the
if
most important skills for the
Domenico
swimming of the water,
Azzarenza,
how to
he's
swim,
maintaining his line. You can see
among
some
swimmers.
athletes
It's kind of,
really sprinting across. I believe
it's
that's
kind of
the
like,
Polish swimmer in Peter
skills the swimmer
Wozniak
has to learn
in that red
before
Polish
he
cap.
go inside the
Really
water,
working hard to
how
jump
to swim
across
among the swimmer,
to
because
David
in the pool,
Bethlehem.
swimmer, when you swim in the
I
pool, you
would
swim
say
with
that I would
open, but
expect
the
for
open water, you swim
Azzarenza
among the swimmer.
to have the better of the open water skills. He
In
is
pool, you swim,
very, very clinical when it comes to his line, but given that Bethlehem did lead out the first lap, I'd say he'd have all his skills in tune. There's only one way to tell, though. We'll see how it transpires on this coverage as we go back, of course, to our coaches. They'll have some sort of nerves calmed after the end of lap 1, making sure that the athletes were through, well fed, making sure they can keep up their nutrition levels throughout the race. We've completed 30 minutes of racing here on this iconic venue in Somabay. Still some of our athletes coming down to finish off lap number 1. These athletes will have 30 minutes after the completion of our lead swimmer to finish their race. So they would be hoping to really get to work here in this second lap. But on the far side of the course, we can see those two groups that split with Bethlehem and Azzarenza have now come back together and working their way through this second lap. This is the longest straight, 750 meters in between the two turn buoys. They're moving through the field at a rapid rate. Didn't get a pace check on lap number 1. It's definitely fast. It's not as fast as we've seen them race. Of course, a lot of these athletes in very hard work at the moment, but the racing experience provided by racing some of the best in the world is invaluable for the development of their athletic careers. And I'm sure when it comes to it, the coaches would have been more than happy for them to be racing here in Somabay, especially when you have a look at what this incredible destination has on display. There's certainly not many better places in the world to be racing, with the beautiful background of this turquoise water. Some of the most iconic photos from the 2023 series were taken at this very venue, and I'm sure there'll be some more taken today, as some of these athletes looking to claim their first ever World Cup victory. None other than, of course, David Bethlehem, who he has been on the podium a couple times, but yet to taste that elusive individual World Cup gold. Being a dominant youngster, and I'm sure the day will come. But for now, he is still hunting, and hunting well, out in front as the athletes complete the longest straight on lap 2. Lap 2 of 5, of course. 2-kilometer laps today. And these athletes have been swimming for over 30 minutes with about an hour and 15 minutes to swim. We'll see how it transpires.
The condition is really perfect. Water condition is 22.4. Weather condition is around 25, 28 degrees. So it's beautiful weather today in beautiful setting in Som Bay, Egypt. So now we can see the swimmer, the coaching.
So athletes making their way through lap 2. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. The second time we've kicked off the series here in Egypt, and there's nowhere else we'd rather be today. Confirming after lap number 1, it was Marc-Antoine Olivier taking out the overall point for the sprint lap 1. David Bethlehem had to settle for second after leading the majority of the lap. Jules Wallart in third.
You can see them hitting the second buoy, yellow buoy.
In fourth was Guidi Benito. In sixth. So we see our athletes on the far side of the course. They are doing a fantastic job making their way
So,
through lap number 2
can see
here
that
in
now,
Somabay.
It's almost
A
two,
fantastic
almost
venue
3
to be
kilometers
racing.
right now.
The men's and the women's 10 kilometers
And
underway
it's almost
today,
like
and
this
we're
is
excited to call the action
in the
as
first 6K or
Hungary's
first 5K, you can not see
David
who
Bethlehem
be the
holds
first or
the lead
second.
through the best in the world.
So, as I mentioned before, this is 10-kilometer race. So in the past, it was more longer, but now most of the swimmer from 10 kilometers coming from the pool swimmers, and they are faster swimmers, 1500 meters and 800 meter swimmers. Most of them, they are top 1500 meter swimmers are on the world ranking.
David Bethlehem leading our field on the far side of this course.
Back.
It's a bit hard to get a sense of where all the athletes are sitting,
And,
but as we mentioned, a number of the big names in the mix. If we look through to an athlete like Marc-Antoine Olivier, who we did see lead after lap 1, of course taking out the sprint title.
Most of them, like
Marc-Antoine Olivier, he's had a prolific career to date.
1500 to 15.
He's still got plenty left in the tank, in my opinion.
This is the
Just
top
27
athlete of the
years
world.
of age. He'll be racing at the Olympics this year. Home games for Olivier. Be 28 at that
The
point.
same thing for women
He
as well.
has been, as
So we can
said,
see the
prolific.
swimmer now
First on
speeding
the podium
each
at
lap,
his first
getting more
Olympic
speed
Games back in
each lap and getting
2016.
more
He
split. We
claimed
said about
bronze in Rio
speed of the swimmer,
behind
1500
one of the
points.
greatest
So you
races
can
we've
see
ever
now
seen.
they start getting
We had
like
Spiro claiming
two
the
groups
silver
or
for
three
Greece,
groups in
and
the-
of course
in
Ferry
the-
Vertman
in the race
of the
right now.
Netherlands taking the overall
Depending on
win.
the
Oh, well, just
speeding
looking
of
at
the
this,
swimmers.
there's a little bit of separation opening up
So-
here between second and third swimmer.
It's really hard for anyone
I
to know
wonder,
who's gonna be the first.
it looks like it's a body
But
length gap. I'm
the
not
swimmer
sure
now,
how
they know
that's
what they're
popped
gonna
out
do, and
into
because
occurrence,
most of
but
them are
they're going to have to
professional
work
swimmers.
hard to close that
So the
down.
drafting, as I said, drafting
We
is
did
really,
see at
really
this point in the
important
last
this kind
lap,
of race.
Carlos Benito was sitting in that
And
position. It
it's
looks like he's
reducing a lot
moved
of
into
energy.
second, so not sure who's
The
caused
leader
that
swimmer is
split.
kind of using
I'd
more
be
energy
struggling to
because he
believe that it
front and
was
he-
the likes of Marc-Antoine Olivier,
he-
potentially the likes of
everybody
Jules
follow
Wallarts.
him. He
Open
make all
that
the
gap.
job and everybody follow
We'll
him.
see if Domenico
So he
Azzarenza or
using more
Gregorio Pachineri
energy.
can jump across
And
quickly.
you can see
They
the
are
rest of the
closing
swimmers
it
before,
down, but very, very
and they know what
slowly
they're gonna do after
indeed.
that. They're gonna know when they're
As we
getting,
mentioned, there are
closer
6
and when they're
turn
getting, like,
cans out there today, so
distance.
the athletes will be using that to their advantage. A really
Now the swimmer gonna get
tactical
for the
type of race
full
here in
jump
Som
bar
Bay,
380.
especially with this wind that's blowing through at about 15 miles per hour. So they'll be
We see now maybe
witness
the
to
boat
a
in
lot of different conditions out there
on the
today,
track, on
with the
sea
headwind, the
right now,
side wind, of
many
course,
boats
the
for rescue,
tailwind
like
playing a
for
major part
medical,
in how the race
official.
transpires. That gap from second to third has been shut now,
Yesterday I saw like
but
there is
that will
many,
definitely take a toll on those
change for
athletes,
this,
having to
the-
jump
for
up
the
and
safety
across.
to be
You
sure
don't want to
that
be
of
changing your pace
100%
too much. You
safety
want
for
to
the swimmer and the
consistently
official
hold
and coaches
what you desire as a race
this
pace throughout the
kind of race.
throughout the 10 kilometers. Of course, there are going to be changes, and that is the inevitability of open water
Better
swimming.
condition right now with
But with the athletes
the
really
wind
having to
went
battle
down.
hard
It
through
was
the
really,
conditions,
the wind was high
expect the
yesterday,
back
today
end of the
is
race
better
to
than
be
yesterday, a lot of better
interesting to
yesterday,
say the least.
and noontime
It's
will
a
be more
different
perfect.
race tactic that we saw at the 2024 World Championships, where we saw Christoph Rozovsky basically dominate the action through the first couple days of competition.
And then the second pack around like 8 or 5, from 5 to 8 swimmers, and then after that individual swimmers swimming by themselves. So you can see right now the swimmer doing really great job.
So coming
Everybody
down
in the
through
water,
that turn buoy on the far side.
He turned about like fast.
It looks like
The
David
opponents
Bethlehem
will hear the sound
rolling over onto his back
before
once
that
again.
so they know exactly what they're gonna do.
Not sure what he's trying to look for there. He did open some separation. We saw this point of
And
the
we see
lap,
right now
last
there is
lap
getting
in
a
the
vote
opening
for
lap.
the
There was a
swimmer,
bit of confusion as
and
to
there is
the
guide vote and there is
degree of
official
turn.
vote. All those votes
But
to
this lap
ensure
looks
that
much
swimmer
calmer and more
swimming in
comfortable
the
for
perfect
Bethlehem out in
safety
front.
and perfect condition.
This lap, no sprint
the
point
swimmer hitting the
allocation. We'll
buoy
see it
number
on the end of
3.
lap 3 and
We're
4,
going
however, and of
for
course the win will be claimed
the
at the end of lap 5.
buoy
So
number 4.
in about 5 minutes
expecting the
time, we'll
swimmer
expect to see these
turning
athletes
the
come
second
through the intermediate gate to
second lap
complete
or
2
finish
laps.
second lap
There'll be 4
48
kilometers
minutes
done and dusted of
around
this
this
10-kilometer
time.
race. We'll
From
start to see
46
the
to
likes of
48
Christoph Rozovsky moving forward, I expect, in the 3rd lap. We saw Dominico Azzarenza take control.
The water a little bit rough, but it's okay for the swimmers. No, we say like it's perfect condition. The temperature of water 22.4. It is really great condition.
We saw Dominico Azzarenza take
we go back
control
again for the
in
swimmers
the
and 10-kilometer swimmers. As I mentioned, they are most of them they are pool swimmers, or all of them pool swimmers. They coming from 1500 meters pool race and 800 meters, and then they switching to swimming open water, or they swim both pool and open water. So
it looks like we've had a bit of a lead change here with Dominico Azzarenza once again taking over from David Bethlehem. We saw him take control at the start of lap 2 here, but he's once more moved forward. Interesting to see a couple of the athletes starting to lose their caps. That's a combination, of course, being the weather. That chop coming across the athletes definitely play a part in the athletes losing their caps. Of course, the athletes will be just as comfortable racing without their caps in this race, especially. A bit different for the women, who we will see racing next up.
But you follow him. So we go back for Osama.
But it is Azzarenza out in front. He does look very comfortable. He has a very long stroke and is a strong athlete. So to see him at the front this point in the race is a little bit of a surprise.
And he won the race as well.
The conditions definitely do favor him, but I thought he would be moving forward into a headwind, which we did see at the start of this lap. To see him leading the race on the back straight, where he has a bit of a crosswind coming across his stroke, it wouldn't necessarily sit well with him, but I'm sure as he looked up around that turn can and seen David Bethlehem roll onto his back and start to sort of suss the race out, see where everyone's sitting. That's where he must have looked up, said, we need to keep this pace hot. We need to make sure that Christoph Rozovsky is going to be tired come the end of the race. No one would like to see a fresh Rozovsky into that final straight. We know that Christoph will come again and continue to fight all the way through to the finish line. So all the athletes will be aware, as you know, once you become the best, everyone's trying to beat the best and become the best themselves. So with Rozovsky now stamping his authority as he did at this year's World Championships, all the athletes will be coming up with a game plan. They know what they want to do to try and beat the likes of Florian Wellbrock. But to see Christoph Rozovsky be as dominant as what he was at this year's World Championships, they will now start to plan for the Hungarian. How do we plan and how do we race against Christoph and Florian to come away with the gold? You look at the likes of Gregorio Patroneri and Dominico Azzarenza, as well as Logan Fontaine and Marc-Antoine Olivier, and even going through to the likes of Kyle Lee and Nick Sloman of Australia. Those countries, those federations have 2 athletes racing at the Olympic Games and would be hoping to have athletes up in the podium. So all those factors start to play in against, of course, the likes of Florian Wellbrock and Christoph Rozovsky. Remembering, of course, that both Christoph and Florian both have 2 swimmers representing their federation as well. Ollie Clement racing for Germany. He was in the podium at the 2023 World Aquatic Open Water Championships. as well as for our Hungarian. We'll have David Bethlehem looking to go to the Olympics. We saw around that turn can a little split happening once more. David Bethlehem shooting off to the inside. Domenico Azzarenza a little bit wide. This is certainly an interesting turn buoy as they come through. They have about a 90-degree turn. It's quite a stark change in swimming. As they come in, it'll be a left-hand turn. Domenico Azzarenza looking really strong out in front. Looks like Carlos Benito, one of those athletes that's lost his cap, currently sitting in behind the Italian. Bethlehem still with his Hungarian cap, sitting quite comfortably. So I'd say, although Benito sitting strongly, you can definitely tell he's been taxed by these opening 2 laps. It's been a while in between open water races for the young Spaniard. He's raced well in the pool, but of course, racing the best in open water always comes at a cost. For Bethlehem, he knows exactly what's required to be at this level. And Azzarenza, this is his prime. This is where you want to see Domenico Azzarenza really putting his trademark on the race. Looking through the field, you got Marc-Antoine Olivier fighting hard there. Marcelo Guidi on the outside. It's a very interesting turn buoy. You don't want to be pinned on the inside. Gregorio Patroneri in the mix there. So we get an update as they come through that intermediate gate. It is Domenico Azzarenza certainly controlling the field. David Bethlehem got around cleanly there. Benito sitting strongly. He's currently in 4th position. Marcelo Guidi in the mix, also losing his cap. Jules Wallard. Krzysztof Rozovsky, a big mover there in the second lap. Wozniak, Olivier Kapler, still swimming very strongly, and Chepanova of Kazakhstan, 6 seconds off the lead. That's very impressive. Herzog, Varani. Oh, we're getting some updates. Apparently that second lap was a little bit quicker than the first. We'll see how true that is as these athletes head out for the 3rd lap. Mario Sanzullo rounding out what is really sort of the extent of that lead group. Giovanni of Italy also trying hard, and Kusch of Germany and Fruck rounding out really the back of that field, but in a danger position at the moment as they move into the 3rd lap. 47 minutes to complete 2. There's 10 kilometers in today's race. 4 kilometers have been completed. It's a cracking base here in Som Bay, and we're excited to see how it transpires through the back half of this race. Looks like Krzysztof Rozovsky's moved up into the lead now as we move back through the field to get some of our chasing group swimmers.
For the first lap, Domenico from Italy, who is first position.
So we saw Marc-Antoine Olivier take control at the end of lap 1. Domenico Azzarenza has taken control at the end of lap 2. But the overall dominant swimmer today so far has been David Bethlehem. This is once again our chase group. They're about to move into lap 3 where our lead group is. And at the last shot, I believe we saw Krzysztof Rozovsky starting to move forward, and there in fact is the confirmation. Krzysztof Rozovsky, geez, you can tell by the stature as he leads the race. There are not many more dominant sights in swimming than seeing Krzysztof Rozovsky just absolutely punch into a headwind. He looks fantastic out in front. He really is a size above the rest, really strong in his stroke, and that's come from years and years of hard training. He's very good on a pool buoy as well, so clearly the work that he's been doing in his home program paying off. We saw similar happen at the World Championships. It was at the end of lap 1, in fact, of 6, about 1,600 meters. Oh, I believe it's Marcelo Guidi leading the race, but we have seen a move from Krzysztof Rozovsky, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But Marcelo Guidi, we talked earlier about the depth of French open water swimming, but equally so the Italians mainly
The
getting
first two
attention
laps,
for the
the
likes
first
of
laps
course,
will change
Gregorio
on turn right.
Paltrinieri,
We're gonna see. We're
but
gonna see. It's
equally
really,
so
this is the
in
beauty of open
Domenico
water.
Azzarenza.
We can see the
But
swimmer change
Marcelo
the
Guidi
positions
is
every
really amongst the
lap.
best in Italy
Now
and
another
therefore
leader
amongst the
from
best
Italy,
in the
Marcelo
world.
Guidi from Italy, who is
He's only
leading everything
26
change.
years of age,
And as I
and he's
said,
already
this is the
had
beauty of open
quite the
water. One of
career.
most interesting
He
sport
continues to really fight
is
at a
both
World Cup
open
level.
water,
Hasn't
special 8
been able
kilometers.
to get that sort of
Swimmer
breakthrough
change the
performance at the
position
World
every
Championships.
single lap.
That's of course because he sits behind
You
some
can see
of
now
the
this
very
is,
best in the sport.
secure.
But Marcelo Guidi knows how to get it done at a World Cup. Claimed silver last year in Portugal at Setúbal, one of the mainstays on the open water swimming series. Took the silver behind another Italian in Andrea Manzi, who continues to represent Italy well. We talk about the depth, of course. Dario Verani, the 2022 world champion over the 25 kilometers distance. A sensational swimmer. You got Mario Sanzullo, Pascal Sanzullo. Really is just a immense amount of depth in men's open water swimming, and they swim very long careers as well. So the likes of Mario Sanzullo, who is well into his 30s now, and you look back to Marcelo Guidi, who's only 26 years of age. He'll still be looking to swim for another 8 years. So that's looking at territory for Brisbane 2032, in fact, those Olympic Games. And when you see that evolution of open water swimming in a country, a federation, being able to sustain careers for such a long time, it really pays dividends for not only that athlete and their career development, but the development of the sport in the federation. For Italy and France to have such great athletes competing for such a long time really paves the way for the next generation. You can look at even Germany at the moment, who has obviously got the Florian Wellbrock, arguably the best athlete in the world, amongst, of course, Christoph Rozovsky and Gregorio Paltrinieri and Marc-Antoine Olivier. When you look at Germany's lineage, of course, with arguably the GOAT in Thomas Lörs and the likes of Andreas Washberger, of course, there's plenty of incredible swimmers that have come out of that country and swum very long careers. So those athletes, of course, would pave the way for the next generation and feed into the development of those athletes, either directly or indirectly, whether they see through racing, of course, idolizing those athletes, or, even learning from them directly as sort of training sessions and training camps, etc., etc. Those lessons go on to pave very bright futures, and I'm sure Italy and France will be lining that up for many years to come. In fact, France have got the next generation swimming currently in Jules Wallart and Sachavelli, who's not racing today, but is definitely one of those names that we'll be watching for many years to come. Our athletes now, though, are on lap 3. This is lap 3 of 5. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. My name is Will Rollo, and it is an absolute pleasure to be calling the action as we launch into season 2024. We've seen a number of lead changes already through this race. Currently, at our last update, we had Marcelo Guidi leading the way, Christoph Rozovsky making big moves forward. David Bethlehem has been the dominant swimmer so far, and will continue to watch the race as we have more athletes in our chase group, rounding out the end of lap number 2. 4 kilometers done for these athletes, 6 to come, and for our lead group, we're getting ever closer to the finish of the stop number 1. How very exciting to be launched into season 2024.
We can see now the swimmer drafting each other. really important when you teach the swimmer the open water skills.
So as we see our athletes on the far side of the course confirming once more, this is the longest straight of today's race. There are 6 turn cans out there testing the athletes, not only ability but tactical awareness. This is a 750-meter straight, so we start to see some of our stronger athletes really make moves into this headwind, trying to get themselves into a good position for the overall lead. This is our chase athletes, of course. There'll be a sprint points available at the end of this lap. Sprint points available on laps 1, 3, and 4 here today. Some superstar athletes hoping to be in the mix. We saw Marc-Antoine Olivier make a surge forward at the end of lap 1 and claim those points ahead of David Bethlehem.
One of the most important skills in open water drafting. There is some rules for drafting. And now
we've seen those turn buoys already play an effect on the field.
So
as we mentioned, 6 of them out on the course. There's only one turn can where they'll turn with the right arm, as we can see our chase athletes doing that right now through turn buoy 1. Our lead group about to go through turn buoy 2 on the very far side of the course, left-hand turn for them, as it is for the remaining 5 cans on the course. A very exciting start to the season here in Somabay. A really picturesque postcard of open water swimming to kick the series off. Plenty of open water swimming this year. We've already had the World Championships take place at Doha, where we saw Christoph Rozovsky dominate in the 10 kilometers. Logan Fontaine take out the men's 5 kilometers, and Sharon Van Roendale really stamp her authority on the women's side, taking out both 10 and 5 kilometers. And of course, Australia taking out the relay gold in the 4x100 mixed, 4x1500 mixed freestyle relay. But as I said, plenty of swimming for open water enthusiasts this year. We'll have 5 stops in the World Cup Series, the first of them being today here in Somabay. We'll move from Somabay, of course, back to Golfula Aranci for the second year. It was a fantastic venue there last year. That will be on May 24 and 25th. Then we'll see Stubble host round 3 in Portugal once again in early June, the week following Golfula Aranci. Then the big dance, the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. We're racing down the Seine River, I believe on August 8th and 9th. Of course, that will be one to keep an eye on. We'll have Allegro host the Junior World Championships for open water swimming. They were instrumental in the development of athletes like Bettina Fabian in the women's, and of course, none other than David Bethlehem in the men's, who took the win by 6 minutes in the last edition of that race. We'll then go to stop 4 in October, where we'll be racing in Hong Kong, China. A very exciting stop to have back on the series. Really connecting our athletes with some of the biggest markets in the world. These athletes, true superstars of sport around the world. Then our 5th stop, round out the series. We're very excited for that to race later in the year. So as we mentioned, there is more than plenty to look forward to in 2024. We're crowning our current champions, crowning our series champions, crowning our Olympic champions, and crowning our junior champions. So there is plenty to look forward to. You can of course stay up to date with all the news through World Aquatics platforms, including of course the website that is a mecca for information, as we see some more chase athletes make their way around the field. Looking like that is our last 2 athletes currently swimming as our lead group on the far side of the course. start to make their way back
So-
to complete lap 3. It looked like there was a little bit of separation starting to
So
open
during the
up
practice
between
and the league or
first
whatever,
and second.
the
We've seen
coaches
these
have
gaps open and
ensured
close
that
throughout the
we
race,
offer
so I'm
the
not going to
maximum
take
safety and
too much
security for the
into
swimmers
account
during the
here.
practice as well.
In fact, the
Not
lead
only
has
during
already
the
been
race.
shut down by our chase
So we
swimmer.
go back for our race.
So we'll see how those
till
athletes
first
sort of
group.
transpire. You can see the pressure really starting to
We
come
are
on
together.
to that field. There's a little bit of a gap even opening up halfway through that group. As I said in the pre-race show, expect those athletes to be about 15 in the lead group as they come into the final lap. At the last update, we still had 25 athletes
see
in
getting
the
more
mix,
difference
but there's certainly a
distance
gap
from the
opening
first
between
pack
1st to 25th.
to
The pressure is
second
well
pack,
and
getting
truly being
more
applied here in
distance.
lap 3. At
The
last
first
update,
group
we
getting
had Marcelo
more
Guidi leading
the
the race.
distance,
We'll see how that
the first group
transpires
is
as these
group.
athletes make their
So
way
the first group,
into the
individual
far
swimming
side of the
getting
course. Our lead
more
group
distance.
about
We are heading lap number 3.
7 minutes away from completing lap number 3 here in Somabay. A truly sensational shot there, getting our athletes out in front. It looks like we've got David Bethlehem, who's gone back to the lead in that white Hungarian cap. Marcelo Guidi, David Bethlehem in the mix. We saw Krzysztof Rozowski lose his cap at the end of lap 2, joining Marcelo Guidi without a cap. Of course, the athletes
First pack,
won't impact them too much whether or not
splitting
they've
for
got their
second
cap on
pack,
at the completion
there's
of the
many-
race. Ultimately, though,
many
it
individual
will
swimmers
have an effect
in the
for us watching along
the
at
race right
home
now.
as we try and establish which athlete is
So,
who. I'm sure we'll be
now
able to
the
get a
swimmer,
better
the first
understanding
pack
as they get
is really the
closer
speed.
in to
He
the
hitting
end
the-
of lap 3.
The third buoy to finish.
But on the far side of the
third
course,
lap
it
today
is
for
our
60
lead
meters.
athletes really
Almost we
punching
go
in
for very
to this
fast for the
race with a
end
bit of a
of
tailwind
lap
trailing
2
them
laps,
at the
which
moment.
is the most important.
Haven't seen any yellow cards
part
being handed
of
out
this event.
thus far, so everyone behaving themselves so far so good.
We see a lot of boat in the track of this race, but all these boats they have mentioned to do it, like security, safety, rescue officials, but all the coaches together on the feeding pontoon, feeding spot for feeding the swimmer. No one can allow to be in this track from outside the race. Everyone in the race has mission to do.
So
and
as
the
David Bethlehem
organizing
makes his way
committee
around turn
ensure that
buoy
nobody,
number 4, he put in
the
a little
track
bit of a surge
from-
there to open
outside the
a
race.
tiny gap. Ultimately, he's not trying
Yesterday,
to
we had a
separate
lot of,
himself from the
meeting
field
for the
with a
safety
sort
and
of move like
security,
that, but what he is trying to do is
to
create
see
pressure
that,
throughout the race.
this
So
is
the
most
likes of
important
Gregorio Pachineri,
thing
Krzysztof
in
Rozowski,
open water.
Marc-Antoine Olivier,
And,
they're out of their comfort zone
uh,
ever so slightly, having to
Really,
jump across
stay
continuously
careful
throughout the
with
race.
with
We get some
uh,
more updates on the back of the
organizing
field as they make their
committee
way
and,
through
International Swimming
that
Federation,
turning
there's no
feeding
any,
platform.
exception in this stuff. So we
It's
can see
a
right
fantastic
now, there is many
spot to
rescues,
be
there is
racing
many,
once more. The
medical,
first year it was
there is many
included
officials
in
around the swimmer.
2023.
Now the swimmer going ahead
So
for
to be
the
back
third,
Racing is
third-
exactly where
third
we'd like to be. And you can see what it means for some of these young athletes representing their home nation in their home nation.
should finish
Truly
around
a special achievement that they'll be able to take throughout their career, regardless of where it ends.
One hour, 6 minutes. From 1 hour, 6 minutes, 1 hour, 8 minutes.
So out in
see the
front,
swimmer
it looks
gonna
like David
be
Bethlehem
around,
still controls the
15
race.
points for the first group.
It's going to be an interesting back half of the race to see if Bethlehem still has
So
enough
we can
in the
say that
tank
open water
to control
is
the
one of the most
overall
oldest
win.
sport.
I'd say the likes of
history,
Bethlehem, we've seen him do this on a number of
first
occasions at
Olympic
World Cup stops. He does
was in Athens,
he does tend to really
and
work
the
hard through the early
whole
stages of the race, and then when
was
push comes to
in the
shove towards
sea.
the end, you
So we
start
can
to see
say
the
that
bigger
he did,
bodies of
the
Bethlehem.
pool this time, that time.
Sorry, of Rozovsky,
So the racing,
Atzarenza, Gregorio,
in the sea,
Marc-Antoine
the racing
Olivier,
short distance
they
in the
start
sea.
pushing forward. They
So we
start
see, like,
really
open water
battling
starts up
hard.
there.
And
Let's say
David
that
Bethlehem,
the
who is a bit
restaurant,
slighter frame
first
in
open
comparison
water
to
10
those
kilometers
athletes,
open water
does
was
have
PG
a fair bit of
2008,
work to do to contend
but the
with the big
International
names
Federation
of open water
mentioned
swimming.
2004.
Yeah, we haven't seen Axel Raymond
2006,
really
so
competing
2006
up
that,
there in the top
PG would
20,
be
so
the
we'll keep an
first
eye
10
out for him.
kilometers.
I think
And
he's an
this is the
athlete
only
that does
event,
suit today's conditions, especially it
for
hasn't
open
been
water is 10
that
kilometers.
fast early on, so I think he would have
World
retained
champion,
a lot
there's
of
two
that
events. It was
energy
before
through the
3
early
events, now
stages of
2
the race,
events,
especially
5
heading
and
into
10
that
kilometers.
headwind. It would play into the hands
And
of
after that,
Raymond,
there's
who is
relay,
a very, very
4
strong
times
athlete, hence
1500
why
or
he
4 times,
almost looked unbeatable for a while there in the
1.1
25-kilometer distance.
point,
He's competing
250.
once more here
so
in Somabay.
individual race 5 and 10 kilometers.
Bethlehem,
Boy
though,
and- or men
still out in
and women.
front, leading the way.
For the Olympic,
You can see Atzarenza
only
on the top
10
of the
kilometers.
screen there.
So our
Sitting
race
in
today
second
is
for
Olympic
Italy.
race, but at the same time there is World Cup.
And I
it's-
believe
it's
that's
4
Marc-Antoine
stations,
Olivier
and
sitting
today
next
the
to
first station
Atzarenza.
is-
So
it's
there's been a
Somabay,
little bit of
Egypt.
change here in this third lap. Expect
The
Rozovsky
difference
to
also
be
between
around
World
that
Cup
6th,
and the World
7th, I believe he is, as we
World
get a head-on
champion
shot
is
of the
medals,
field. You can see
first
just from this
gold
shot
and
how
second
strong that
silver
wind
and
current
bronze,
factor really
third
is
position,
playing on
but
the
World Cup
athletes.
is
These are
measured
some
by
of the
points.
best swimmers in the world
Here
getting
our race
really
today,
quite
there is
affected
3
by
measurement for this
that
race.
19-kilometer
or
an
3
hour wind
categories,
pushing across
points
the
categories,
course at this
and
point.
then for senior for sure, and then
But so far,
junior
Bethlehem
categories
has
and
made it
then
look quite
sprint
easy
categories as
out
well.
in front of the race. I'm
Sprinter
sure
categories today,
his
there is
lats would be saying
there's,
a little bit
Bishop and
differently
Sheku
as they're about to
are
complete
fastest
6
swimmer.
kilometers into this lap. The
And
benefit of Bethlehem
with these
being
points,
built the way he is with a
can get
quite high
more,
stroke rate
more
at his
points in the
slight
first
frame,
position.
you really need to keep that
in
stroke
the-
rate
in the
really
sprint,
high. Keep that
in the
cadence
race.
as high as possible. He
Plus,
doesn't have the
also
strength of the
for
likes of
categories,
Rozovsky
general
or
categories, who's
Atzarenza
first
to
and
drive
second
him
and
through
third
the race.
until
Moving
last.
through the field, we're
everyone
getting a
getting
shot there.
points.
Martin Strucker
The
of
special
Czechia
categories with the junior
sitting
categories.
comfortably
So today our race is
as we
actually
see
race
Bethlehem
3
once
categories
again open a
in the same
tiny
race.
gap into that turn can.
In the end, after
You can
4
see
stations,
Atzarenza
start
and
today
Olivier once more
Egypt and
responding.
by Hong Kong.
It's going to get tiring. I
swimmer
believe actually
collecting
that's
who
Jules
collect
Wallart
more points
responding next to
from the
Atzarenza.
2
Apologies.
categories, sprint and
David Bethlehem,
general
though,
all categories.
leads the way.
In the 4
A very familiar
races,
position.
who
We
the
see
one
Bethlehem
who
controlling the
gonna win
pace.
the World Cup.
I'm excited to see David Bethlehem
So
take
today
another step
is the
forward
first one,
in
and
his
every
career
swimmer wants
at this
to grab
stage.
the most
I'd love to
points
see
he
him
can or
take
she
a
can.
win
So it's really
at a World Cup this
interesting
year,
because,
but we'll see how it all plays
you
out.
know, we can see sprint, not only the last 2K. We can see sprint during the race because everybody wants to grab or want to collect in more points in the sprint. Now the leader, David Bethlehem.
So as we
from
come down
Turkey, he's
to
leading the
end lap
group,
number
the
3,
first,
it's going to be David Bethlehem taking
group.
the points, the sprint points. We saw Marc-Antoine take care of business in lap 1, but Bethlehem really
You can see right
putting
now
the
twins
pedal
swim
down
together
at the end of lap
for the
3. He's
first
opened
group.
a tiny gap, I believe, to Jules
Now,
Wallart.
the swimmer hitting
Dominico
the-
Atzarenza currently sitting in 3rd position. So in the exact
fifth
same position he
station.
was after lap 1. But Bethlehem is in charge here
1 hour
and looking absolutely
minutes
fantastic as we get
from
through the rest of the
start.
field.
kilometers.
You can see more and more athletes starting to lose that cap, including Gregorio
Almost
Patroneri, who's just come on stage.
Now for the speeding points.
But Bethlehem
see it
gets
now,
it
everybody's
ahead of
speed,
Olivia
taking his
Atzarenza. In fact,
to
there we go.
the
Marcelo
points,
Guidi,
to
Benito, Wallart, Rozovsky,
assist,
Sanzullo,
to
Herzog, Dalu of
easier.
Italy,
You can see right now. Coaches are
Straka,
waiting
Gregorio
for the
Patroneri
swimmer.
as expected. So a lot of the big
You can
names
see the shading behind
well
me
and truly competing
all
at
the
this
coaches are
point.
waiting.
We just saw coming through that feeding
And
pontoon
the
there
feeding points will
was
be
Marc-Antoine
stationed.
Olivier
There is official
choosing
coaching
to
as well.
go without a feed.
You can see the swimmer now speeding, racing. Everybody want to drink and getting
Our
back
Spanish
in
athletes
position.
maximizing their time
Coaches are
through
waiting.
the
It's very
turn
hard for the
buoy
coaches
there.
to recognize the swimmer because
I
it's
can't
really
imagine
fast,
any of the
area.
athletes sitting
Now
below the
swimmer heading
20
to grabbing and go
below
fast.
20th, I believe.
You
I
can
can't
see
imagine
now
them
everybody grabbing
coming
his
through
drink
and
and
really
going fast
pushing to challenge for the
for-
overall lead.
Keep his position.
So if they do want
If you
to have to
swim
compete, they're going to
now
have to make some big moves
more
in
than
this next lap. This is
25
this
swimmers
lap number
in the
4. This is
station
an
for more
essential
than
point of the
20
race.
Swimmers.
David
station
Bethlehem looks
points.
fantastic. There's no doubting that. Bethlehem, he hasn't won a World Cup individual medal yet. He would be individual gold medal. Sorry, he would be positioning himself to do so today. Marc-Antoine Olivier, he looks very comfortable. Much like Bethlehem, a slighter frame, does have a higher stroke rate than a lot of the other athletes. At Sarenza, currently sitting in third position, really trying to battle with the best in the world. He's very comfortable, is Domenico Atzarenza. Mimo, as they call him fondly, is trying to move forward, but ultimately he's at the mercy of
He
Marc-Antoine.
was not there for the first 2 laps. After
It's a
third
good
laps,
thing to
he's leading
see
right now. Marc-Antoine from France.
Out in front
He's
for
one of the
Bethlehem, he
more-
still looks the
swimmers,
same as he did in
open
lap
water
1.
swimmer
If anything,
in
his stroke
France,
rate's increased
Marc-Antoine
ever so
Olivier.
slightly, but the fact he's got his cap on is a good sign. He's not overheating
Now,
at this
this lap
point. He looks
again,
really
being the leader.
comfortable. Nice high stroke rate,
You can see
continuous
that
kick,
nobody
like
can
everything that we want to
expect
see
who's first and
from
second.
the
No
young
one.
Hungarian. We
Even the
are seeing
coaches,
at this
no one,
point. What I'd like to
can
see
know who's
him
will be the
maintain
first
the
and
lead
the
through
last,
the
even
rest of the
last.
lap. If he can continue to
After
keep the
3
field
laps, and this is
the way it
beauty
currently
of
is,
open water,
it
I'll
means
say again,
any of the athletes
really
that want to
hard to
shoot
know
forward
who's first
in
and
that
who's
last lap
last
will have to go around
after 3
Bethlehem.
laps.
It's still a very tall task for the Hungarian to hold on this far out in the race. There's still 4Ks to swim.
So
Domenico
first
Atzarenza,
group leading,
Marc-Antoine Olivier, they're all within striking
and now
distance.
I can see the
Christoph
swimmers
Rozovsky,
speeding
Gregorio
now
Patroneri,
to split.
Marcelo Guidi, Jules
So you
Wallart.
can see
There's
Bethlehem
plenty of
now
athletes
speeding,
that are
he is
looking
struck
to compete
to
for those
getting
top
distance from the
positions.
back.
We
Now
saw
you
Jan
can see
Herzog
the-
also, who
I
has
think
an
this pack will
incredible
be like
finishing
splitting
kick
for 3 packs.
in the mix
This is
for
what I
Austria.
said.
So how it plays out will be determined over the next 40 minutes. But for now, we sit back and appreciate the best of the best taking it up against each other to kick off stage 1. This, of course, being the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. My name is Will Rollo, and it is my absolute pleasure to be sharing this journey with you all around the world. Some of the best athletes are here, and we're excited to call them home.
Now you can see the laps getting more splitting, more swimmer in the back, more swimmer in front, so it's getting more distance. Now everybody's speeding to win the sprint points and collecting the sprint points.
End of lap number 3 there.
You can see Betlah from
We had
he's,
out in
he's
front.
really strongest swimmer. And he's racing
There was no
fast
surprise.
to win
It's
the
David
sprint.
Bethlehem So Bethlehem and Marc-Antoine Olivier tied for the points
from France
after
is following
lap
him.
3. Jules Wallart, Domenico Azzarenza tied for 3rd. Carlos Benito and Marcelo Guidi in 5th, and Christoph Rozowski currently sitting in 7th position for the sprint points. Quite an interesting sort of position there for Rozowski. He clearly came out with intent last year to take out the overall point series, and thus far he has currently got a bit of work to do. Obviously a very long season ahead. There's 5 stops once again in 2024. But at this stage, David Bethlehem showing that he wants to take control throughout the race. We see some of our chase athletes come down to complete lap 3. Evidence of just how quickly their lead swimmers are moving through the field. A fantastic effort for these youngsters to be competing, developing, and racing against the best of the best. As they come through to get some feeds in, get back out to the action here in Somabay. They have 4 kilometers left to swim as we get our drone back up in the air, catching just how long this back straight is. As we've mentioned throughout the broadcast, 750 meters is this longest straight of today's race. We've seen Bethlehem really control the pace through this straight. He's used those turn cans effectively, managing to open some separation between him and those swimmers. This pace is well and truly on. It's strung out the lead group. You can see some of our back swimmers starting to fall off the pace ever so slightly. We'll get an update on who that is in 15 minutes when they complete lap number 4. But you can see out in front, David Bethlehem is really trying as hard as he can at the moment to put the pace into the rest of the field. We can see some separation opening between the 5th and 6th swimmer. I did expect there to be a lead group of about 15 at the completion of the race. Currently there's 25 in this lead group. There is gaps opening throughout the field, but with this pace being set by Bethlehem, he's not afraid of the back end of this race. He's really just trying to maximize the time in the water, especially into this headwind, just to see who's willing to push hard for the entire 10 kilometers. The young Hungarian is all about the business today in Somabay. He wants to kick off 2024 with his first World Cup victory.
The waves went down complete right now.
So we're getting a little bit of an update that the wind has just dropped off ever so slightly. Can't imagine that's going to impact the athletes too much. The majority of that energy toll has already been taken.
This is official.
We'll see how it plays out though for our lead swimmers as we once more get a shot of that lead group almost in single file, which is a very, very tough position for these athletes to be competing from.
Hitting other swimmers. You can see the official besides 3 clear water is beautiful water. Very beautiful view right now. You can see from up.
So here we go. This is back with our chase swimmers.
First pack they're racing to winning the points for the sprint points for the fourth.
The benefit of racing here is you can be competing no matter the level of swimmer you are. Some of these racing for the very first time at a World Cup level.
Right now.
You can see once more with this fantastic overhead drone shot just how much David Bethlehem has been able to stretch out that field as they come down to complete that long straight, make their turn around, turn buoy number 2, the first of 5 simultaneous left-hand turns. Of course today, 5 laps of a 2-kilometer course swimming
done
in an
in past few
anti-clockwise
days,
direction. This is
official
the
from
men's
the
race, the men's 10 kilometers of stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series.
Clear water is almost poor right now.
Truly sensational shots here in
So
Somabay.
now the swimmer going for
The World Cup, a
the
benefit.
pool
Oh,
number
we can see
1.
some gaps opening up here with that great shot.
So 6K,
Oh,
700
looks like we're starting to get at that
The
lead
water
group. It's starting to whittle down
very
from what was
beautiful.
25 at the
So,
end
we can
of
see the
lap
swimmer
number
right
3.
now.
Where will it
Until now we
be
cannot
at the
know
end
who's
of lap
first and
4?
who
There's
the last,
certainly
but,
some cracks starting to open in these
now
swimmers.
I think
There's about 3 kilometers to swim as David Bethlehem makes his way around turn can number 2 on the very far side of this course in what is an absolutely beautiful part of the world. Simply Somabay, simply beautiful, and David Bethlehem is simply sensational through the first 3.5 laps here.
Everything is well. Drafting, swimming among each other clearly. They have speed. They have all the skills.
You can
of
see
open
once
water. They are
more
really
those
professional
gaps are
swimmers.
starting to open.
They do
Looks like
everything
we've got a
correctly.
group of 6
You can see
swimmers
now some
who've
swimmer now
separated
start
from the rest of the
splitting from
field.
the first group
You can see now
to
with
the
that
second
drone
group.
shot
You can see
showing,
now
of course, the
there's little
magnificent
distance between
landscape
first
on
group and
offer
second
through
group.
this World Cup.
I mean, the first
There
group
is
now
a
starts
gap
split
ever
as
so
well.
slightly as we get a
groups.
closer look at how it's sitting.
There is maybe 20
Be interesting to
swimmers,
see
and
because
then
there are
is
some
gap
big names
almost
certainly
like
not sitting
10
within that top
meters,
7.
and then second group.
Who
So
has
now
missed the
the
group?
first
But this is
group
this
starts
is a
splitting.
testament to what David
Because
Bethlehem's
when
been
it
able to
starts
open
speeding,
here. There we
now
go.
we're
1,
going for
2,
the
3,
last,
4,
almost
5,
like
6,
last,
7. No, just
2
6
minutes for the
athletes
race.
in that lead group.
Two
A
lap,
chase
one
group
lap,
starting to
one
form
lap
here
and a
of
half
4
to finish the
athletes.
race. So it's almost,
This is a
going
big,
to
big
the
move.
finish.
Who's missed the gap? Can they shut it down? But regardless, we have 6 athletes that have separated, 4 chasing, and then some athletes in behind. Bethlehem needs to be aware this is a critical point in the race. How is it going to play out? The Hungarian holds the control. If he can maintain this pace through this back straight into the completion of lap 4, this could be an absolute game changer for Bethlehem and his hopes at hoping to take home a gold medal in the men's 10 kilometers. There are certainly some big names in that lead group. We saw Marc-Antoine Olivier tightly tucked in behind the Hungarian. So there is certainly a gap. They're trying desperately to shut it down. That looks like Krzysztof Rozovsky, who's putting in a mammoth effort to jump across.
We can see now the swimmer.
This is the difficulty of
group.
sitting a bit further back in the field.
Now this is
But added to that, of course, being the fact that David Bethlehem isn't swimming necessarily in the straightest line. That would be absolutely flummoxing some of these athletes.
In the back,
They would be swimming all over the joint, being disorientated,
some swimmers
and it's
swim
all at the
with each other,
mercy
but the
of the
first one
Hungarian, the
is
junior
the
world
first
champion from
swimmer.
2022.
Mostly
You can
are
see
the most
just how
successful
chaotic it
swimmers
is out there in the
300
field.
meters in
You
the
don't
pool,
want to jump
or
across
are in the
out
first
of
pack.
the slipstream of these athletes because they're moving so fast. It is greatly beneficial to
like,
tuck in behind our leaders.
Swimmer,
But yeah, well and
they have the speed,
truly
and they have
separated.
open water
12,
skills. You can see
11
this is
swimmers
easier.
out in the lead. So that
Now we can see
chase,
the
I
first
believe
lap
it was
maybe for
Krzysztof
two
Rozovsky
groups.
who's jumped
10
across
meter
there.
distance from the first group to
Has
second,
brought
the
with
swimmer
him
from the
3
second group
swimmers
trying to
and
catch.
potentially the 4th,
And
but a
getting
lead
back
group of
with
11 have
drafting from
separated
this
here.
group. In open water, we say something.
This is a big move.
swimmers
That
in
gap
open water,
isn't
maybe they mean
undeniable
people
yet,
say
but it
now,
is heading
if
that
you lose
way.
the pack, you lose the race. So
David Bethlehem
the second pack
surely,
tried to catch back the first
truly
group.
has been able to open
Okay,
up
so
what
next
has
lap
been a
to
very impressive
into
fourth
the
lap.
race to end
We can
to
see
end to
nice and tucked
the
in
second
Marc-Antoine
group,
Olivier.
catch the first group,
Absolutely
which is
clinical
tracking
performance
and
by
racing,
Marc-Antoine.
because
The
when you lose the
Frenchman,
pack, you lose
he's
the race.
been at the top of the sport since 2016. He would be absolutely
right
loving
now.
his position at the moment. Just tucked in nicely behind David Bethlehem. Really just judging his effort off the young Hungarian as they look
It's
to
really
lap an
beautiful,
athlete shortly.
beautiful condition today. Very clear water in Somabay. Wonderful setting.
So we'll see how it plays out.
A huge job from officials.
But so far, this is an
International
impressive showing by
Federation,
David Bethlehem.
Federation,
He's about to
huge
come
job,
past and lap an athlete.
done.
Marc-Antoine
past
tucked
few
in nicely. Oh, there is a
days.
separation galore
So
opening up here in
see
that
what
lead
we see
group. It
right
looks like
now.
Peter
Now we can
Wozniak
see the first
of
pack
Poland. He's fallen off
splitting
ever
for
so
many
slightly
packs,
alongside his
almost like
teammate.
3 or 4
And you
packs.
can just see the
This is,
ramification of the actions
the
of the
beauty
young
open
Hungarian David
Now you can
Bethlehem.
see
He has
as much
well and
as
truly split the
as
field
fast
on the
as
back
you are
half of
1500
this
as
fourth
fast you gotta
lap.
stay with the pack.
One lap
So
to
now we can
swim.
see the swimmer
We're still
now
yet to crown our
splitting,
champion.
for
Bethlehem
groups.
chasing that
First lap,
elusive
for 4 groups,
World Cup
not only
title.
one group or 2
Could
groups
today
only.
be his
It's
day?
fighting
He's
for
certainly
4
been the
groups,
champion of the
depending
race
about the
thus
speed.
far.
Can
He's
also
gone to the
like
front. He went to the front almost from the
started
first stroke.
racing
That really
for
high
the
cadence, the slight
sprinter,
frame,
and
the
we
kick continuing to
split the
drive
group
him
for
forward.
4 groups.
And it is paying dividends at this point in the race. But I tell you what, with Marc-Antoine Olivier just sitting there nicely, you wouldn't be feeling comfortable yet if you were
Boy number
David
4,
Bethlehem. And of course, in amongst it, Dominic Atzarenza. So this gap is it's opened. It's not closed yet. It's still, the door is definitely open for the group to rejoin. It's about 7.5 meters at this point, and we'll see how that transpires. But those chasing swimmers will certainly be looking to chase down that gap. How effectively is to be determined.
See now the swimmer racing more faster.
But Bethlehem still maintains the control out in front. I'm not entirely convinced this is a winning gap. I can't see our winning swimmer though coming from deeper than 10th overall. So they're going to have to position themselves quite smartly into this completion of lap 4. Once again, there are sprint points available for grabs at the end of this lap as they head their way back to the Somabay Marina. What an incredible venue to kick off the 2024 Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay. This is stop 1 of 5. No change in our leaders. Bethlehem leads Olivier and Atzarenza as our top 3. But I'm really, really impressed with the form that the Hungarian has shown here in this 4th lap. He's been the dominant swimmer all day, but this is really a truly special performance. But if you'd have to pick a winner at this point in the race, I really do like the position of Marc-Antoine Olivier. Atzarenza has a really impressive final click as well. So potentially Atzarenza and Marc-Antoine coming over the top. Of course, Krzysztof Rozowski won't be too far off the pace either. We'll get an update as they make their way through to the intermediary gate for the final time. So similar to what we saw rounding out the series last year in Madeira, Portugal. In Funchal, of course, the finish line slightly adjacent to the starting pontoon. Swimmers will complete the 5th and final lap of this 2-kilometer course before making their way into the marina for the final time. and then heading into that finishing arch that sits about, we'll say, an extra 50 meters off the start line. That 50 meters can sometimes feel like an eternity, especially as they're sprinting towards the line. David Bethlehem still in control. He does look like he's ever so slightly taken his pace off. Looks like in third we have Carlos Benito, one of our swimmers who lost that cap early in the race. Alongside him, or just behind him, is Marcelo Guidi, and then Gregorio Patroneri. So in that top 6, we do not have Krzysztof Rozowski, which means he was one of those athletes that did have to jump across. I think he's the reason, in fact, that group was able to be shut down. So I wouldn't count Rozowski off yet. You can see him just coming in to the top of your shot there.
Everyone going for the last lap.
Here we go. Not long now into the end of lap 4. 1 lap to swim here in Somabay. We'll get an update on the intermediary gate. But if Bethlehem is able to maintain in position to this final turn, he will take the maximum points for the sprint laps and take the overall sprint series lead ahead of second place, which sits with Marc-Antoine Olivier. You can see the Frenchman starting to put a little bit of a surge on here. I think he's too far back though. At Sorenza, not at all interested in battling with Marc-Antoine Olivier this far out from the race, and Marcelo Guidi well and truly locked into 4th position. But Bethlehem has controlled the speed and deserved this sprint series win. He's out in front of Marc-Antoine Olivier, and that's the order that we'll see through the sprint gates. It is David Bethlehem of Hungary really putting the pressure on to the rest of the race. The Hungarian has been sensational through the first 4 laps. Can he hold on for the final? Marc-Antoine Olivier on his feet. He'll finish in 2nd for the sprint points, and I expect Atzarenza to finish 3rd after a 3rd position into the end of lap 4. So here it is. David Bethlehem of Hungary coming down to complete lap number 4. A sensational race thus far. Does he have enough gas left in the tank to take the win? We'll find out in about 22 minutes time. But Bethlehem leads the group. Marc-Antoine Olivier 2nd. Atzarenza in 3rd. Guidi, I believe, in 4th. Benito in 5th. Sanzulo, Pascal Sanzulo, big move in there. Gregorio Patroneri, Jules Wallart. Dalu of Italy, Philadelphia of Italy as well. So some big names amongst it. Dario Varani. We'll see where we get. Well, there's Straka. Where is David? Where is Krzysztof Rozowski? Hasn't popped up yet in that lead 12 swimmers. There he is, 3 seconds off the pace. So interesting for some of these athletes to choose to come in and take a feed. Believe we've had a lead change now as well. So we can almost count out Herzog, Sanzulo, Wozniak, Karl. They won't feature in the overall win. I think Straka maybe will be in a bit of trouble as well. So it was Marc-Antoine Olivier losing the cap there. This is going to be a very difficult race to call on the finish. Bethlehem out in front. Marcelo Guidi moving up alongside Domenico Atzarenza. Mimo with a bit of work to do if he wants to continue his winning ways at the World Cup. But Bethlehem still looks the best out in front. Who will take the win? We'll find out very, very shortly. 20 minutes, in fact, I believe, will be crowning our champion here for Somabay. None of the athletes in the water have won here in Somabay previously. Our winner in 2023 was none other than Florian Welbrock.
We can see
You
now
can't
the
deny the most
position
dominant swimmer
change now
today
completely.
has been David Bethlehem, but as we start to see Marc-Antoine Olivier moving through the
We
field, it
can
looks
see
like he's
now
lost
this
his
is
goggles
swimmer. They
almost.
have the
Might have
15
lost his
sta-
goggles when he lost
1500
his
meters
cap.
time. Gonna speak
We'll watch
right
that
now.
carefully.
Gonna say who
It'll be a
gonna win
large
this
effort
race.
for him to
Not
come over
only
the top.
1500
If he
time,
has in fact lost his
1500,
goggles,
time,
if he was to take the
plus
win,
skills,
that'd
plus
truly be a
endurance,
sensational
plus the
swim.
training. Gonna say
But he's trying to
who's
move
gonna
up
win
on the
this race.
outside of Bethlehem at this point. Guidi
Now the
and
swimmer racing, the
Atzarenza
last
battling
lap
hard.
crucial beside the swimmer
A
because this
bunch of
this
Italians
is the part where the
looking
swimmer can get
in
involved
that
and
lead
getting
group.
with each other.
Pascal
So the official
Sanzulo, a
has
big
to
mover
ensure the swimmer
there on
follows the
lap
rules.
number 4.
Now we can see
Disappointing to see
the group starts
Rozovsky's fallen
splitting
back
for
ever
two
so
groups. The
slightly.
group starts splitting for 2 groups.
Carlos Benito, of course, can't be counted out. Neither
For
can
last
Jules
lap,
Wallart
last
of
2
France. So
kilometers.
confirming
Almost after
David
22
Bethlehem
minutes,
takes the sprint
then
title
the race will be
after
done.
lap number 4 with 80 points. 3 points ahead of Marc-Antoine Olivier. Domenico Atzarenza in third, as was stated. Jules Wallart, Marcelo Guidi, Carlos Benito, Pascal Sanzulo, Christoph Rozovsky, and Peter Wozniak tied with
Now,
Andrea
the swimmer
Filadelli
I think
of
this
Italy.
lap will
So
be the most
the Italians
faster.
well represented, and look at this for a sight. You can see on the screen our lead official telling them to separate. This is a great opportunity here for the likes of Martin Strucker, the Czechia swimmer in the green cap, who's just off the back of this lead group. He needs to jump across quickly. As they've bunched up, there'll be a lot of physicality in that lead group, hence the lead official saying separate, boys, separate out immediately. You'd hate to see any athletes get an infraction this late into the race, but it is truly guns blazing here for our top 12. An athlete that would be absolutely loving this physicality at this point is none other than Christoph Rozovsky. The very strong Hungarian would be thriving in these conditions. Not only the wind, but the physicality of the race. With these athletes coming close to each other, it looks like we've had another lead change. I believe that's Marcelo Guidi now out in front. We'll get confirmation shortly, but you can see on the top of your screen there, still got Marc-Antoine Olivier battling. I think it might even be David Bethlehem, who's lost his cap now. And Domenico Atzarenza still swimming in his black Italian cap. Great to see Straka of Czechia jump across to that lead group. Our swimmers chopping and changing the direction of the race. This is the longest straight of today's competition. 750 meters, the length of this straight. It's very hard to spot between buoys, especially with this headwind that they are swimming into. So you can see a little bit of separation once more. Certainly not easy to fight for position. So we will have a lot of lead changes through this lap. It has well and truly bunched up. The great work that David Bethlehem has done has unwinded ever so slightly. Bethlehem having to give up the control of the race. This is, of course, the 5th and final lap of stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. My name is Will Roller. It is my absolute pleasure to be sharing the action today with you all around the world. We'll be crowning our first champion for 2024 in just under 15 minutes time. So if you are anywhere around the world watching, make sure you sit still and get ready to see who will be crowned the overall champion.
And racing for the points, not only for position, the points. Now you can see now the swimmer racing fast, and the swimmer has the speed, has skills. You have experience, everything.
So here we go. The final lap is underway. Our
This is the
athletes
last-
aren't too far
last
away
lap.
from completing today's race.
last
We move back to
almost
some of our
1,000
chase
meters.
athletes who've been battling hard in not easy conditions out there. What a truly special experience for some of these youngsters. I'm sure the next generation of open water stars will come through the ranks at events such as today's. We've seen the likes of Portugal really being able to dominate or feature
Now we can
at
see
the
10
world's
The
highest
first
level.
group became 10 swimmers.
And
race it together,
inevitably,
everybody
you
wanna
know,
win
you
the
think
race.
about a country like Portugal, how they've been able to produce swimmers like Angelica Andre, who claimed bronze at this year's 10 kilometers World Championships. And I think you can't discredit or you can't take away from the fact that Angelica has been able to race
Almost
at a
the
home
race
venue
is done.
in Stubble for a
Almost the race.
number
You're gonna
of
see now
years.
the finish.
And inevitably, that's
15
helped her
minutes
development
almost
as an
at the
athlete, racing at a home country event for, of course, her country is truly a special achievement. But not only that, really does allow those younger athletes to experience the best of the best and see what it takes to prepare to race like the best in the world, ultimately improving the performance of their club, of the swimmers, and of the sport in that country. And Angelica Andre is definitely a definition of success when you look at that. And I'm sure with Somabay now, the second year here in competition, they'll be looking for the Egyptian athletes to feature on the world stage in the next 5 to 10 years. For now, though, it is the Hungarians out in front. David Bethlehem has controlled the race for the majority of today's competition, but it is starting to get tight as they get down to the final far side of this race for the final time. Who will be crowned the champion here in Somabay? Don't go anywhere. A 750-meter straight is about to be completed, and we will be crowning our champion in little to no time. 10 minutes, I expect, and our lead swimmers will be in eye shot of the finish line. We saw last time they were racing functional in Madeira, Portugal. It was none other than Domenico Azzarenza, who kicked away in the final stages of the race to take the win there. Does Azzarenza have what it takes to get the win once more? There's only one way to tell, and that's to let the race play out. Marc-Antoine Olivier was our latest update as a leader. So we get the drone shot of what has been a picturesque place to race for our athletes. So if Marc-Antoine Olivier was to take the win today, that would be his 7th title at this level. First one, his title back in 2019 in Seychelles, where he took the 10-kilometer title. He's won 2 times in Doha. He's won in Ohrid, Macedonia, and Eilat in Israel in 2021. That was his last victory. So there's been a while between wins here for Marc-Antoine Olivier. He did take silver last year behind none other than Florian Walbrock, ahead of his countryman Logan Fontaine. Of course, Logan not racing today. Neither is Florian Walbrock of Germany. So we'll be watching that race eagerly as our athletes are on the very far side of the course. This currently on screen being our chase athletes fighting through the field, hoping for a good performance today. Only about just under 2 kilometers left for those athletes as well. But the main race sits on the far side of the course as we get ready to call home the action in what will be a thrilling finish. There's about 12 athletes in that lead group. The win could pretty much come from any of them at this point. The way that the group is bunched up on that long straight really has brought all athletes into the
This is,
mix.
also in open
You start to
water,
think of the names
there is
in
big
there.
difference in
Marc-Antoine
the sea
Olivier,
also.
of course, looks like a
River,
heavy
deep
favorite.
water, salty water,
But Dominic
This is
Grazierenza
always
has a
different
very impressive
conditions,
final sprint,
and coaches
as
and
does Christoph
swimmers, they have to
Rozovsky.
learn to swim in this
This
weather
once again
or these
being some of
conditions.
our chase athletes.
There's some rules for cold water and hot weather by the international federation, to avoid any dangers for the swimmers. So the race, he always check the conditions, the weather, and the water temperatures, and we see.
So this
There's
is
some,
that
rules
straight that we
to
were
follow,
talking about, 750 meters.
and if
Once
we cut
more,
out the
going back
rules,
to some of the
the
chase
race
athletes.
will,
We'll get a
be,
shot soon
we
of
do the
our
race. If
lead
we
group.
don't, you can't do the race. Now we can
Who
see
will
now
be taking the win? That
this
is
is
a
not the
very
first group,
exciting
we are
point that we
waiting,
will be defining
to
shortly.
see the first group coming. Till now we don't see the first group. We are waiting right now. It's almost like 9 minutes or 8 minutes for the finish.
Not far away indeed for our lead group. This is what it's about. Open water swimming all around the world here in Egypt. A beautiful display of our sport in some of the nicest spots to swim in. Beautiful turquoise water. The temperature starting to turn it on. Confirmed recently, the air temperature currently sitting at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 22 degrees Celsius. The wind once again picking up ever so slightly. Currently at 21 kilometers an hour and 13 miles an hour for those who use the mile system.
But like now, we are waiting to see
Not a cloud in the sky here in Somabay. A beautiful backdrop for what will be a fantastic finish to the race. This is, of course, stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. Today, this is the men's 10 kilometers. 45 athletes entered the water. Will crown our champion very, very shortly. No one in the field has ever won this race before. So who will take it out today? We can see those lead athletes starting to come into eye shot now. They're about 400 meters away from finishing here.
500, 600 meters.
A little bit further than that, in fact. We'll see how it plays out. There's still 2 turn cans ahead of these athletes. A little bit of adjustment will be required. As we mentioned before, as they came through lap number 4, there's about an additional 50 meters of swimming required from the starting pontoon to the finishing chute. For some of these athletes, that 50 meters will feel like an eternity. I'm sure whoever's leading the race will be under immense pressure at that point. It's going to be an exciting finish, without a doubt. You can see that lead group of 12 still sitting really strong. The back marker was previously Martin Strucker, but I believe he's moved forward ever so slightly, sitting about 10th in the middle of that field in the green cap. We did have about 6 Italians sitting within striking distance. So here we go. This was a very important turn can. So we move back once more to our chase group. This on previous laps has been very, very important for the overall positioning of the race. And around they go.
The finish line.
A very, very tight-knit group here. As we said, I can expect anyone in that top 12 to be featuring in the medals. And it's going to be very hard to pick a win from this point. If anyone, I will be putting my money on Marc-Antoine Olivier. He does look great. He's been in a good position. Hasn't concerted a lot of effort throughout the start of the race. Didn't spend any time leading the
Making
way.
finish line in maybe 6 minutes.
So here we go. The final 5 minutes of racing. Who wants to be crowned the champion for the first time of the year? This is the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay. What a beautiful, picturesque spot to be racing here. And our men have done a sensational job. Just a tick under an hour and 50 minutes of racing. And these athletes are showing the world just how great our sport can be.
So the sea became almost like food. Everybody waiting beside me to see on the TV screen who will win the race. It's more easy.
So you look at the field as we have a shot of our chase group.
Like now, this is the
And you can
group.
see
This is the
just
group
how much
coming
water they're churning
for
through.
the
They're going past
for
swimmers
the first
over and over
position,
again.
second and third.
Believe that's
You're
Domenico
hitting now last
Azzarenza out in
400
front
meters,
for
I think.
Italy. Looking very
Now they are
strong.
waiting together.
I've been wrong on
for
this
the last
before. It's going to be hard without some of the
400
athletes
meters.
racing with their caps on. Who wants to take the victory, though? As we mentioned, there is financial incentive for the athletes to be up in the medals. And, of course, the series points for who will be crowned the series champion at the end of the year. Last year, it was Krzysztof Rosowski who took the title. That lead group looking absolutely formidable. We saw a similar position take place at the recent World Championships. There were a bunch of athletes that made charges late into that race. Notably, of course, was Nick Sloman, who made the final push before we saw Krzysztof Rosowski take the lead. As we see at the front there, we have 4 athletes across the front of the race. So this could be a very interesting end to the race.
12 swimmers.
What
12
a
swimmers
race we
racing
have in
for
store. 12 athletes all fighting. Straka at the very back for Czechia. There is one more turn can ahead of these athletes. About 400 meters now left to swim. We have on the left of the screen, that's our leader, Marc-Antoine Olivier. Looks like Domenico Azzarenza in the middle. Gregorio Paltrineri in there as well. Marcelo Guidi and Krzysztof Rosowski just ever so slightly behind. A lot of Italian caps in the mix. David Bethlehem just ever so slightly behind as well. So a lot. Oh, look at the white water. They are truly thrashing through the final stages.
Bethlehem is like from Hungary, is the right side who tried to get the leading.
So here we go. Who will be crowned the champion? 4 across. Fighting hard. Marc-Antoine Olivier, the critical move there, jumping on the other side of Gregorio Paltrineri, or Domenico Azzarenza, in fact. Marcelo Guidi with a very high stroke rate, trying to fight through the final stages of this race.
It's hard to know who's going to be first right now.
In fact, that looks like Hungarian out in front, I believe.
12 swimmers, they are racing
We'll
for
see.
one spot.
It is a lead group of 12, though. That is for certain. Who wants the win? No one can tell us. How exciting for the end of this race. There are literally 4 in a line for 3 groups. After almost 2 hours of swimming, this is a truly sensational spot. Domenico Azzarenza making a big push into this final turn buoy. Looks like Marc-Antoine Olivier on the inside of the can as they come down.
200 meters from
200 meters to swim here as we get ready to crown our champion. A big celebratory pack of fans on the shoreline cheering home these swimmers. This is going to be an exhilarating finish to the race. Who will take the overall win? Domenico Azzarenza doing exactly as he did in Madeira. Does anyone have an answer? Coming up on the inside, is that Krzysztof Rosowski We haven't seen him
From
much,
Italy. From Italy.
saving his charge very, very late. Domenico Azzorenza looks sensational. In fact, David Bethlehem currently sitting in second. Bethlehem charging home for Hungary. He's done the majority of the work throughout the race. Can he jump across to Azzorenza? Azzorenza now with his own space. Marc-Antoine Olivier coming up the inside. Marcelo Guidi on the far side, the top of the screen. He's moved on to his own line with the swimmers chasing down Guidi. Bethlehem, you've got to send out your love for the young Hungarian. He's battling all the way. Azzorenza about to lose his cap here. That looks like Gregorio Patroneri making a move through the field. There is little to no distance left to swim here. They're fighting all the way to the finish line. This is a truly sensational race as we get ready to crown our champion. Domenico Azzorenza has done it once again. He's taken his time. He's sat in the draft and come to the end. He has had a kick like no other. The strongman, the Italian, is once again leading the race. No one can answer into the finish chute. Will anyone push up and challenge Azzorenza? It doesn't look like it. The Italian too fast, too strong, too superior. Domenico Azzorenza charging all the way to the line. He will crown the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. Stage 1, Domenico Azzorenza on top of the world.
I cannot see the official result right now.
What a finish indeed. 1 hour, 55 minutes. Paltrinieri charged home. Varani in there as well. What a kick for Italy. Where did Bethlehem finish? Marc-Antoine Olivier also just outside. But what a finish indeed. Azzorenza and Paltrinieri. 1, 2, Varani 3. What a finish indeed. What a way to start the series.
1500 Olympic champion.
What a way. And how good by Domenico Azzorenza, who sat in there for the longest period through the race. He was truly sensational. Did not challenge for the lead. He went forward only at the start of lap 2. But he let none other than probably the swimmer of the day in David Bethlehem do the majority of the work as we see more athletes coming across the line, including our world champion in Krzysztof Rozovsky. But none other than David Bethlehem just finishing outside the top because a truly sensational finish from Domenico Azzorenza. He waited, he seized the moment, seized the day, and he walks away with another title at the World Cup Series. Almost identical to the performance that he displayed. Rounding out the series last year, Madeira. This time, he continues his winning way to start the series, claiming his first victory here in Somabay.
Now almost 20 swimmers finish the race right now. We are waiting the rest
We'll
of the
get
swimmers.
the official results very shortly.
The first pack coming
But
here
Mimo
for first
gets the
finish
job
was
done
one
here
pack in
for
last
Italy
2 kilometers. Now splitting for
ahead
three groups.
of the rest of the
Details
field.
right now.
What a superstar of our sport, the Italian Domenico Azzorenza. He's been on top of the podium before at a World Champs level and of course at World Cup. Took gold at last year's Fukuoka World Championships in the mixed 4x1500. Of course, was second in the 10 kilometers back in 2022. Took bronze in the 5 kilometers this year, so we know he's in fantastic shape. But for him to come out with a display like he did today is truly sensational. I tell you what, as we will be building throughout the year, the narrative leading in to the Paris Olympic Games will be truly one to watch, with the likes of Mimo with the kick, that final sprint is unmatched by anyone in the world. And Domenico Azzorenza showing once again why he is a threat for that Olympic gold medal. We saw it be highly competitive at the back end of that race. For the field to go 12 deep into that last straight after what was only a dominant display by David Bethlehem in the back end of that race. Truly a special showing. As we have more athletes coming across the line now. It is a great way for us to kick off the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. Domenico Azzorenza on top of the world in a fantastic display of sprint dominance at the end of a 10-kilometer race. As Isaac Cooper would say, the fastest slow swimmers in the world, truly putting on a show. Couldn't be more wrong. These athletes are truly incredible. The amount of distance they are able to work through each week to come out and do a final 400 meters in about, well, certainly under 4 minutes is a testament to the work that they've done to prepare for a race like this. But the way that Domenico Azzorenza's been able to separate himself from the field in that final straight, it takes a lot of work to get to that point. It certainly doesn't happen overnight. And not many people are ever able to achieve that level of greatness in that final straight. It truly is a special achievement. He's outkicked some of the best swimmers in the world to make that happen here in Som Bay. So certainly not lost on me, and I hope people around the world are watching. I believe we're getting some confirmation around the results. Domenico Azzorenza, of course, taking the win. We'll confirm results as the proceedings go on, and we'll look to award our medal winners once we have all athletes out of the water. But I tell you what, Italy on display to start the open water series. We talked about it at the very start of the race, and then throughout, as we saw the Italians take up the majority of that lead group. The depth of Italy is well and truly alive. Domenico Azzorenza at the spearhead. Could even mount an argument that he has overtaken the likes of Gregorio Paltrinieri as the dominant powerhouse of Italian open water swimming. But with Paltrinieri fighting all the way through for second, Varani in the mix for third, for them to come over the likes of Marc-Antoine Olivier is truly, truly special, and something that we'll be diving deeper into as we get ready to award our overall positions. So an hour and 55 minutes is what it took to take the win today, as we have some of the superstars of the sport down alongside our ground announcer. Mimo on top of the world, Greg in second, Dario Varani in third. What a special bunch of athletes. This is, of course, stage one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here today. My name is Will Roller. It has been a pleasure to call the action for the men's race, and very much looking forward to what we have in the women's as we head down now to our ground announcer. So we'll just continue to see some of our athletes come through the finish line. As we mentioned earlier, when we were talking about settable and the importance of these races and the development of athletes, not only for their individual careers, but the development of the sport as a whole in these nations. It is essential to have experiences and opportunities such as today to really develop these next generation of superstars. Egypt well represented today. A lot of those athletes coming through the finishing stations now. And I'm sure at the end of the day, some of these athletes will be the next stars for Egypt at this level. Watching back now with some of our best.
Lost back. So I think Freeze Group was more faster. So now, not 2 minutes swimmer left in the sea and few swimmer left to finish the 10 kilometers men events today.
Test, test.
See everyone from all the countries enjoy the beautiful weather in Somabay in Egypt.
So we have some of our athletes coming down to the finish line once more. Some great athletes in the water.
This group
It's a testament to the work that was put in
to end the 10
by
kilometers.
David Bethlehem, that these athletes have fallen so far from the lead. It's official though, we can confirm Domenico Azzorenza takes today's victory. Gregorio Patroneri storming home for second, and Dario Varani finishes in third position. Truly a sensational race to watch, to call, and to admire. Just confirming once more that this was stage one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay. This was the men's 10 kilometers ahead of the women's 10 kilometers, which will take place today as well. A lot to unpack from today's race as we see some of our star athletes, our top three, the Italians, getting some media attention. Well-deserved media attention, of course. One of those messages that we might take part today, take out of today's race. Is it official? Can we say that Domenico Azzorenza is officially the #1 Italian open water swimmer? Of course, Gregorio Patroneri, the reigning Olympic silver medalist. But there's no denying that the form that Mimo has been able to swim through recently is undeniably some of the very best in the world. That final kick that he's able to display, there's a reason why he's been nominated as the final swimmer for Italy in their relay. Gregorio Patroneri, he's had an incredible career and, you know, is one of the fastest 1500 meter swimmers of all time. But Domenico Azzorenza is really mounting a case that when it comes to open water, that 10 kilometer distance, he is the dominant Italian, which is saying a lot because not even including the likes of Dario Varani, who rounded out today's top three. So we'll be watching that one eagerly. The politics that display between the Italian open water team. It's an exciting watch, and as we head towards the Paris Olympic Games, it's one that we will certainly be circling. Today's race, of course, another noting point for David Bethlehem. It was another step forward in his career, the young Hungarian. He was dominant through the first eight and a bit kilometers of the race, but when push came to shove, didn't quite have the size and physicality to mix it with Domenico, Gregorio, Dario, even Marc Antoine sort of pushed out of the realm there for the young Hungarian. So, what do we need to see from David for him to be up in that podium, up contending with Domenico? He is only very, very young, the Hungarian, and I'm sure in his future there's certainly something that will highlight and we'll see one day as the overall champion. Everyone's looking forward to David Bethlehem dominating the sport, but it definitely was a step forward. Getting now the confirmed results. Domenico Azzorenza takes the win. Dominant fashion, in fact. Gregorio Paucineri in second. Dario Verani in third. Tight for fourth and fifth between Marc Antoine and David Bethlehem. Jules Wallart in sixth. Marcelo Guidi in there as well. So Italy well represented. No surprise in that top 10. Truly a display of dominance in this sport. The next stop, of course, being in Italy itself. Golf Floranci will take place in May. We'll see alongside that the Junior World Championships being held in Allegro later on this year. Tell you what I saw from Marc-Antoine Olivier today is very, very exciting. He made the right moves. He was in the right positions. He's obviously got a lot of pressure on him this year ahead of a home Olympic Games. So there's lots of little storylines that we'll take from today, including, of course, Krzysztof Rosowski, who was just outside of the picture, didn't really play a factor at all in today's race. Not really even contending for the lead at any point. So undoubtedly, swimmers like Krzysztof under an immense amount of work at the moment, and we'll expect to see them pop later in the season, the goal being, of course, an Olympic gold medal. But for now, we are absolutely thrilled to be calling the action here. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. My name is Will Roller. It has been a pleasure to call the men's race. The women's 10 kilometers will be starting in just over 45 minutes time. So be sure to be tuned in for that race. We'll take a quick break for the proceedings to unveil, and of course confirming the men's and women's medal presentations will be at the end of the women's race. So once more confirming our top 3 on screen: Domenico Azzorenza, Gregorio Paucineri, and Dario Verani. 1, 2, 3 to kick off the season here in Somabay, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
start from here, from the bantum, boy number one, this is lap, and the 2, 3, 4, 5 lap, and the last you come to the finish, and don't forget to touch the board for the finish. Please, when you swim, take care about yourself and other swimmer. We not need to give the flag yellow or red. When we give you the red, that means you outside directly. Don't stay in the water. If you have something tied, no can't swim, you can raise your hand. Then the safety will take it. You have anything about the race? About the course? Any question?
Okay, ladies, just to be clear, the start is going to be a whistle start because the horn is malfunctioning. So the starter will say, take your mark. When you hear the long whistle, not the short blast, the long whistle, that's when you dive. The finish is very important. When you come around and you come to the finish, please remember on that last loop, you will be heading straight in. If there's very well marked, you will be able to see it. Okay? Any questions? Anybody have any questions? Okay, we have a great day for it. We wish you all the best. I think, okay, go ahead.
So for athlete introductions, we'll do as usual. So the following athletes will have to stay in the very end. Karen Jussi, Ocean Casignol, Ginevra Tadeucci, Bettina Fabian, Ana Marcela Cunha, and Leonie Beck. Okay, these athletes stay at the very end. So keep your position in the pantundo. Okay, we'll start presenting in 8 minutes, so you can go back to your coaches, prepare, and good luck, everyone.
And welcome back to round one. This is the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay. My name is Will Rollo, and I'm excited to call the action across the women's 10 kilometers today. 32 athletes set to take to the field today, racing around this 5 lap of this course. Anti-clockwise direction, as we just saw in the men's race, with 6 turn cans throughout the race. Plenty of action ahead of us. A 750 meter long straight, a very tactical race, a very testing race, and there are some absolute superstars set to race once again. Last year's overall series champion Leonie Beck once again back in the water, looking to defend her title from this time last year, where she did take out the Som Bay victory. She is amongst the contenders, the likes of Ana Marcela Cunha, Bettina Fabian, Ginevra Tadeucci, Ocean Casagnol, and Caroline Juiz, to name a few. We will be calling the action here over the next 2 and a bit hours. Of course, the athletes will be introduced very, very shortly, so be sure to stay tuned as we get to call the race here for, once again, stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay, Egypt. So our athletes just completing their final preparations. We saw them complete their final race brief with our chief referee for today, alongside, of course, the chair of the Technical Open Water Swimming Committee in Sid Cassidy, great man of the open water sport. Finally, Ignacy Vendrell, who oversees as the technical director. Great job across the board by the World Aquatic staff to see them in action once more to kick off the 24 season This is what it's all about here in Somabay, taking open water swimming all around the world. The second year in a row, we have kicked off the series here in Egypt. Last year was a truly sensational spectacle, and this year looks to be much more of the same. As you can see there, some picturesque backgrounds for these athletes to play in. We saw in the men's race, it was quite an intense start. We had David Bethlehem pushing the pace almost for the first 8 kilometers entirely by himself. He'll be met once again with his countrywoman in Bettina Fabian, looking to do much more of the same. Both of them were the World Junior Champions back in 2022, and have they flourished ever since. Bettina Fabian yet to win a World Cup Series stop as of yet. Could today be the first for Bettina? We'll be able to tell in just over 2 hours' time. Leonie Beck, though, she does loom as a favorite. Today's conditions not necessarily suiting her type of race. It is quite warm in the water, 25, 26 degrees. Air temperature pushing up to about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe, and 22 degrees Celsius at the moment. In fact, 23 as of recently updated. So there is a lot to take place here today. Local time, of course, being almost 11 a.m. Sorry, almost midday now in Som Bay. So it's a very exciting time for these athletes to kick off their season once more. It is a lot of hard work goes into a performance such as today. And I'm sure these athletes will be ready to not only display that for their countries, their families, but of course themselves and their coaches, who would have invested a lot of the time through the off-season. Many of these athletes, of course, choosing to race at this year's World Championships in Doha. So we have seen them race already this year. Unfamiliar territory to what a normal year would look like, but this is the ongoing ramifications, of course, for the COVID-19 pandemic, which, of course, affected much more than sport internationally. But as we head towards the 2024 Paris Olympic Games, we do have an exceptional array of races for our athletes to demonstrate, certainly making it a great time to be an open water swimming fan around the world. And I'm sure today will be an extension of that. So once again, confirming this is Meet 1, Somabay, Egypt. This is the Open Water World Cup Series for 2024. We're looking forward to calling the action across the 5 stops this year. The next one being in Ranchi, followed by suitable Hong Kong, China. And then we'll have our series final later on in the year. So you can see our athletes now lined up, ready for their preparations. A lot of these athletes racing for the very first time at a World Cup level. There is great representation from around the world, including, of course, our Egyptian athletes who are racing for their home federation in their home country. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience for some of these athletes, and I'm sure an experience they will treasure for the rest of their swimming careers and life. For now, though, we get ready to introduce our first athlete as they line up. Remembering, of course, much like last year, we will introduce our top 10 athletes at the conclusion of today's introductions. One of those headlining that we did mention is Leonie Beck. Unfortunately, didn't have the campaign she would have been hoping for at this year's World Championships. Those undoubtedly belong to the Netherlands. Sharon van Ruwendaal, who took the gold in both the women's 10 kilometers and 5 kilometers in emphatic fashion. So Leonie looking to get back on top of the dais, but she'll be up against it, racing against the GOAT of women's open water swimming and arguably open water swimming as a whole, Ana Marcela Cunha, the most decorated swimmer in open water swimming history at this level. I'm sure she'll be looking to add to that today. 77 international medals, a truly astonishing feat. And including that, we mentioned Bettina Fabian, who looks as a favorite, Ginevra Taducci, Ocean Cassagno, Caroline Juiz, who took her first World Cup stop win last year in Setúbal in Portugal after a sprint finish. It's certainly a career arc for Caroline Juiz, who has continued to develop over the years, primarily seen as an ultra marathon swimmer. Earlier in her career, she has well and truly developed as one of the best in the world over the 10-kilometer distance, and Setúbal was a great display of that. And this year's World Championships, furthermore, stating her case. She'll be looking to get on the podium today and then continue that fine form into her home Olympic Games. Of course, there's many more incredible swimmers to consider here. Leah Boy will be wearing cap number 28 and looks to be one of the favorites for the race. Lisa Pu of Monaco, also a very strong swim of the recent World Championships. She did a fair bit of work throughout the race, so I expect to see Lisa really charging hard early. I know Lisa likes to sit forward, as does Ginevra Taducci and as well Bettina Fabian. So we'll see how they play out. Viviane Jongblut of Brazil now on screen in cap number 206. A fantastic athlete in Viviane. She is well versed at this level. So we've got a mix of experience and youth here today racing. Egypt once again well represented in their home World Cup. 32 women will take to the field today. Only one can be crowned champion of stage 1. We'll find out in just over 2 hours time who that will be. But for now, let's meet our athletes as they make their way down to the starting platform.
Of endurance in the women 10-kilometer event.
What a scene Somabay has painted here for us.
Munib Hazem.
Truly sensational. The swimmer 201 now introduced. This is one of our local swimmers for Egypt, getting the chance to swim on the world's biggest stage. Remembering, of course, today we will have sprint points available at the end of lap 1, 3, and 4. This is a 5-lap course, 2 kilometers each lap, and a nice little 50-meter sprint after the last lap to consider who will be winning the overall title. Here we see Viviane Jongblut of Brazil being introduced, cap 209. She was well versed at the recent World Championships, sitting really far up towards the lead of the race for the majority of the race and finishing within striking distance of the overall win. Fortunately not sitting in that podium. Here we have Veronica Santoni being introduced. Up next, we have Angelica Martinez of Spain. What a year she's had so far. Again, you look at the Olympics as the ultimate testing ground for what lies ahead in 2024. Angelica certainly choosing the right year to move forward, the young Spaniard, in the shadows of course, Maria de Valdez, who claimed silver at the recent World Championships, just 0.1 of a second behind Sharon Van Rooyendaal. Angelica Andre up there as well. We see more and more athletes introduced now. We had Barbara Pozobon and Ocean Cassagno about to come up, but Barbara Pozobon just being introduced. Barbara, well versed again on this stage. Much like Ginevra Taducci, has a very high stroke rate, very high cadence in her stroke. It drives her forward, and today's conditions are suited towards those high stroke rate athletes. just whether the athlete will be able to keep their
23 from Egypt.
temperature low enough with what is some tough conditions ahead of them.
24 from Germany, Fabian Wensky.
So we've had Lisa Powell and Anna Olaz introduced. Here we have
25
Fabian
from Egypt,
of Germany,
Medhat Ahmed.
another one of those swimmers to
26
keep an eye
from
on.
Egypt,
Just 19 years of age. Young Fabian in cap 224.
27 from Kazakhstan,
Here's
Dalia
a
Pushko.
Kazakhstani athlete, Pushko. Again, one of the
28
youngsters
from
in the
Germany.
field, just 20 years of age.
Leah
Leah
Boy.
Boy now coming to the starting line for Germany. She has been a stalwart
32
of the sport for many, many
Kazakhstan,
years.
Arona Salmagazi.
So there we have the majority of our
from
athletes
France,
through. Moving now
four-time
to
world
our
medalist,
top athletes and kicking us off, Caroline Jouisse of France,
Laura
the
Carey.
winner of a Cerebral World Cup last year. A fantastic finish in that race to take
And
the
from
overall win.
France, four-time
Ocean
gold
Castagnol
medalist,
off the ranks next. Another
Ocean
French
Castagnol.
athlete, ready and raring ahead of 2024.
And from
Ready
Italy,
to go
Whoa.
once more in
World Cup
Somabay,
medalist.
kicking off this series for this
Ginevra
year.
Tedeschi.
Ginevra Tedeschi, expect her to be doing
And
a
from Hungary,
great job
four-time
early
World
on.
Cup medalist,
She loves leading the race through the early stages and expect much more of the same today. Up next, Bettina Fabian, the Hungarian, much
And from
like
Brazil,
David Bethlehem,
10
sits
kilometer
forward,
open
sits fast,
championship,
looks to win,
Stella
and
Conal.
strikes hard if she gets the opportunity. Here is the GOAT,
And from
Anna
Germany,
Marcela Cunha.
2023 10-kilometer world championship.
And here
Leonie
is
Beck.
the woman of the moment, Leonie Beck. Long, strong, and fast. Unbeatable in 2023's World Championships. She's had a rough start to the year, not being on the podium in Doha, but will be looking to fire here and retain her title as the winner of Somabay. We look through now our starting list. You can see Santoni of Italy in cap 210, moving through Ocean Castagnol in 216, Candela Sanchez in 220. Some big names expected to race here, race fast. Lisa Powell of Monaco, ready to go in 2021. Anna Olaz, the experienced veteran of the sport. She'll be hard to beat. Expect her to be fast and furious near the front of the race. We can see now Leonie Beck, our last introduced athlete. We look into a bit of the dynamics here as these athletes make their way down to the starting platform. An athlete like Leonie Beck, certainly not in any rush to get down and start the race. So playing into the minds of those athletes around her, much like Anna Marcela Cunha, who's very calm and casual ahead of potentially her 78th international medal. So here we are, the start of stage one in the starter's hands. A long whistle blast signals the start of this race. And welcome to stage one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. My name is Will Rollo. This is the women's 10-kilometer title. Who will be crowned the champion? We'll find out in under 2 hours' time as they are thrashing their way through the opening stages of today's race in what is a picturesque and beautiful way to kick off the season here in Somabay. Certainly isn't for the faint-hearted, the open water sport. Absolutely flying through the early stages. As we mentioned, there is 5 laps of today's course, 2 kilometers each lap, leading to a total distance of 10 kilometers. There'll be 6 turns per lap. The first can, is the only right-hand turn ahead of 5 left-hand turns. So plenty for the swimmers to work with today as they battle through the tactics that will see each other leading and mixing amount. Obviously, each athlete would have their own race plan. There's not a lot of federation doubles here. There are a couple swimmers that swim in the same squad across different federations, but come race day, it is all for their own. It looks like Leonie Beck, in fact, our early leader out in front. We'll get more confirmation on that as the race goes on. Leonie is fantastic leading a race, but usually better off sitting a bit further back through the early stages. We're still yet to confirm that, but of course, Leonie with a beautiful long stroke, which is why she's been so dominant at this level, but usually sits back and waits for the last second to sprint through. So it doesn't actually look like Leonie is leading the race, but that's usually the dynamics that she prefers to sit in. In fact, currently have her sitting about 7th position in a line with many other swimmers. So we'll find out who's leading the race when we get a clear shot on the cap. But as we mentioned prior to the start, there's plenty to swim for today and plenty of athletes that will look to take charge of the race. We are missing a number of our top competitors in the likes of Katie Grimes, Chelsea Gubecka, Moesha Johnson, Maria De Valdez, Angelica Andre, Mariah Denigan, of course, Ariana Britti. But those athletes will be in action throughout the 2024 season. For now, though, we'll look to see who will be crowned the champion at the end of the race, and if we will be crowning a champion for the very first time. So, interesting dynamic playing out here. Quite a bit of a soft start across the field. You can see the pace isn't necessarily as hot as we saw at the start of the men's race. It is bunched up in that lead group. It's quite a physical race, the women's 10 kilometers, much different to the men's race, or specifically at the recent World Championships at least. The women's race was very physical throughout the entire competition. So that was, of course, the 10 kilometers and the 5 kilometers, with a lot of those athletes suffering scratches and bruises from what was some tough racing. But I'm sure without the pressure of Olympic selection on this race, it might be a little bit more reserved. But that being said, of course, everyone wants to get the win. These athletes are highly tuned, competitive beasts, and I'm sure we'll see that play its part today, as there's two clear and distinct lines between these swimmers. Pace, once again, still not at 100%. I'll be interested to see who will be controlling the majority of the pace. Early expectation was Ginevra Taducci, but I know Lisa Powell of Monaco will be wanting to stamp her authority on the race as well. So at this stage, anyone's to lead. Certainly not Anna Marcella wanting to do any work early on. We'll see her fight through. She's had a rough couple of months, but she's back on track. Last year, of course, she underwent some shoulder surgery, but bounced back from that at remarkable pace and has booked her ticket to Paris 2024, looking to once again jump on the podium at that level. It's a testament to the character of Anna Marcella. Many athletes see it as a feat just to get their hands on the wall in front of Anna Marcella, as you should. She is truly a sensational athlete, and very rare to see an athlete like Anna Marcella Cunha being able to compete across the 5 kilometers, the 10 kilometers, and of course the 25 kilometers, which is arguably her best distance. So here we go with the lead pack once more. You can see the pace starting to come back into the race a bit. It is stretching out ever so slightly, so maybe that start wasn't a great indication of where everyone wanted to sit. Now we have our lead athletes sitting in almost synchronicity across the top 4 in single file. This is an important point at this part of the race. Swimming into a headwind, we can see Leonie Beck just off to the left there in the inside of the course, not necessarily wanting to get into the scrap of the fight. That's where Leonie does her best work. If she's able to get that gap, if she's able to get some distance on the rest of the field, she is able to swim away for the overall win of the race. Again, we saw this play out multiple times in the men's race. The distance of this opening straight being 750 meters makes it very hard for the athletes to be able to sight. In fact, as predicted, it looks like Bettina Fabian of Hungary leading the way. There we go, confirmation on Fabian leading the way. Obviously trains with David Bethlehem and Krzysztof Rozowski, so no surprise to see Fabian leading the way, much like David Bethlehem did in the start of the men's race, well, the first 8Ks even of the men's race, and certainly paid dividends with him finishing in 5th position, well in front of his teammate Krzysztof Rozowski. So Fabian clearly with a similar race strategy, looking very comfortable out in front. This, of course, being the start of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. This is stage 1 of 5 here in Somabay, Egypt. We have got plenty of racing ahead of us, so stay tuned as we see how the women's 10 kilometers unfolds. So here is the action. Bettina Fabian leading Ocean Casagnol, and it looks like Leonie Beck in the top 3 as well. Certainly an interesting start to the race. The pace wasn't so hot through the first 300 meters, but certainly has been applied here to the second 300 meters of the race. Bettina Fabian instrumental in that pace change, as we mentioned, training partner of none other than David Bethlehem and Krzysztof Rozowski. The Hungarians keeping it tight in Hungary, training really hard. They did a lot of work in the lead into the Doha World Championships, where Bettina Fabian had a fantastic race to come through and book her ticket to the Paris Olympic Games with the 12th position overall, just 9.7 seconds off the overall win. She has given herself a little bit of separation here to Ocean Casagnol, who is leading the main group. Not a real material difference in speed between the two. In fact, Ocean probably working ever so slightly harder, given the fact that she has Leonie Beck sitting in tight just behind her. But that is a fantastic shot as these athletes punch into, is definitely not the easiest of swims into that headwind. You can see in the background the wind has picked up ever so slightly. You can see the windsurfers making the most of this opportunity. Where else would you want to be other than watching the swimming here in Somabay? What is a fantastic racing destination for open water swimming. I know a number of the swimmers and coaches were stoked to see it once again remain a part of the Open Water World Cup Series stops, providing what is a mini vacation for a lot of these athletes. So you look through the field there, some big names punching through this early stages of the race. Certainly no one in any major discomfort early, which is to be expected. To be fair, these athletes will continue to ramp up the pace through the first, well, through almost every lap. Especially the women's race, they do tend to start a little bit slower. It's developed from the likes of Kerry-Anne Payne, who definitely drove the pace almost throughout the entirety of the race. As mentioned in the pre-race show, 32 athletes taking to the water today. Expect that lead group to be around about 10 to 12 deep come the conclusion of today's race. And you can already see some splits starting to open up. Bettina Fabian sitting out in front, though, looking really comfortable. Driving through, though, you can see the almost consistent kick that is being beneficial to the way that the Hungarians have swum, particularly in the likes of Bettina and David Bethlehem. They do like to keep that kick constantly engaged. Both Bettina and David took out the World Junior Championships back in 2022. That competition, of course, will be back in action in 2024 in Allegro as we look to crown our World Junior Championships champions once more. It's really a great testing ground for the next generation of open water stars to see who has got what it takes to make the step into the next level. A lot of those athletes that represent their federations at that competition and represent them well, of course, go on to make a stamp on the open water landscape. So when we think of the likes of David Bethlehem and, of course, Bettina Fabian, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Logan Fontaine, all these athletes really stamping their mark at World Junior Championships, going on to have great careers. So who will be that version in 2024? We've seen the Turkish swimming team really start to make an impact on the international stage. For now, though, our attention solely lies here in Somabay, and the lead solely lies with Bettina Fabian ahead of Ocean Casagnol. And at our last update, it was Leonie Beck currently sitting in third position. As we said, the pace through the opening 300 meters slightly off, but it's well and truly been applied here in the back straight, an extension of that doing. So about 16 swimmers already separating themselves through the rest of the field. It's great to see the depth of women's open water swimming continuing to grow here. Women's sport really having a moment over the last couple of years. Swimming's always been at the forefront of that, of course. We've had so many greats competing in our great sport across both pool and open water. And I think that's specifically prevalent when we start talking about the likes of Ana Marcela Cunha, who inevitably is coming towards the end of her career. Hopefully she has plenty of swimming left in the tank. We'd love to see her competing well into the 2028 LA Olympic Games. And I'm sure if she's able to, she will continue to represent Brazil at the highest level. I think what we did see in Doha is some of the athletes starting to figure out ways to compete with Ana Marcela Cunha, which is great to see for the overall development of the race. But of course, as an Ana Marcela Cunha fan, it is you'd love to see her continue to dominate at that highest level. Of course, she continues to do so. 78 international medals to her name. That's not a small feat by any mark. Potentially, if you look ahead for this year, she is able to get on the podium today and once more in Golfo Ranchi, which is, of course, the second stop of this year's World Cup Series. She'll then be heading towards Paris to claim her 81st international medal. Now, there is a star-studded lineup ahead of the Paris Olympic Games, but Ana Marcela Cunha is as good as anyone in the world, and especially her tenacity over the closing stages of the race. You cannot compete with the likes of Ana Marcela Cunha if it comes down to a drag race. We saw this year a battle between Moesha Johnson and Ana Marcela Cunha through the final stages of that race. And Ana Marcela Cunha almost came from 10 meters back to get into that podium position. Ultimately, though, the likes of Sharon Van Rowendale, too strong over the final stages of a race. So it's interesting to see how the dynamics have been playing out at that international level. When everyone's in their best shape, of course, that's when you see the closest of races. And I'm sure as we dive into the back half of today's race, we'll see Ana Marcela Cunha put together one of those sensational finishes. I'm sure there's a lot of Ana Marcela's competitors watching in to see how the Brazilian GOAT is continuing to race, seeing if there's any opportunity to learn and grow from these races. I'd like to see the dynamics of the race change, and I think that's where Bettina Fabian is really key in the development of women's open water swimming. She's not afraid to go out hard and fast and lead from the front, especially on a course like today where you do have so much change in what the racing conditions are, from swimming in a crosswind, headwind, tailwind, 6 turning buoys. You swim through the marina, of course, which is a closed waterway, and then back out into the chop. There is certainly a lot for these athletes to contend with. Add to that, of course, in 2024, we will be repeating the initiatives that were introduced in 2023, where we will crown a sprint champion, a junior champion, an overall series champion. And of course, we'll have relays on offer throughout competition. But today, of course, meaning that we will be crowning our sprint title leader at the end of the race. Sprint points will be won on the end of lap 1, 3, and 4. At this stage, Bettina Fabian in the main seat to claim those points in lap 1. But she has got a host of excellent athletes around her. They'll be looking to take points away if they can. Of course, there's a financial incentive for the athletes to be up in the top of the points in both the sprint, junior, and overall titles. And I'm sure they'll be looking to get some glory of whatever type at the end of lap 1, 3, 4, and of course the win on 5. So this, once again, is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. We're on lap 1 of 5, and these women are making it look very easy through the opening stages. So a great shot there that shows just the depth of competition here. It's not easy battling through these conditions, and add to that the fact you're racing against some of the best athletes in the world. There'll be a lot of white water. You wouldn't want to be sitting at the back of that pack. It can certainly split very, very quickly indeed. And I'm sure some of the athletes in the mix there would be cautious of that. It's where you see the likes of Ferry Vertman back in the day was very good at knowing when the pack was going to split, moving forward accordingly as to not be caught on the wrong side of a break. You see nowadays a lot of the top athletes really try to avoid from having to come so far back in a race. It's a credit to, of course, the pace that's been implemented, but as well how fast and how hard it is to stay aware when there's so much white water going on around you. Of course, we've got to remember the 10-kilometer event was only introduced to the Olympics back in 2008, So in relativity, open water swimming is quite new in comparison to swimming in the pool. And with that, of course, it has continued to develop over the years of inclusion. And I'm sure these athletes currently in the water, led by Bettina Fabian, will be that generation that leads them forward. Ocean Castagnol still sitting in second position. The French woman looking really strong on the feet of Bettina Fabian. It looks like Leonie Beck sitting in third, which is much higher than where she usually sits. We'll get an update on that very shortly as they make their way down to complete lap number one here. 2 kilometers of this race almost completed. As we mentioned, sprint points on the line at the end of this lap. And who will be willing to stand up with a bit of effort to take the title of lap 1, claiming maximum points? We'll find out very, very shortly as they go around turn can number 4. Looks like a little bit of a lead change coming here. Leonie Beck is pushed very, very hard to move up alongside Bettina Fabian. As we mentioned, there is sprint points on offer on this lap. Hence the move, and Ocean Castagnol also reacting quickly to jump forward. In fact, there's a bunch of swimmers that have had to shoot forward here. We had one of our Spanish athletes charging forward. We'll get an update on that shortly. But you get a great shot there of none other than Bettina Fabian, who looks fantastic on the outside, in fact. Sorry, on the inside of the course now, Lisa Powell of Monaco. We mentioned her pre-show. She is a very exciting athlete, moving all the way through the field there. You can start to see Anna Marcella and Leonie Beck, in fact, sitting well deep in the field. Not too interested in doing any of the early work. We will see them come through the field as the race goes on, but for now, it's a bit of a mix out in front. And the Olaz currently sitting in fourth, but moving through the intermediate gate for the first time. Fernandez of Spain, Fabian, Pau, Olaz, Taducci, Juiz, Martinez, Jongblut, Delacroix. So some big names in contention in the top 10. Leah Boy as well. Expect to see, here we go, Ocean Castagnol, Pozzobon, Santini, Cunha, and there we go. Leonie Beck rounding out the field in 18th position, 12 seconds off the lead. 12 seconds to Leonie Beck is very easily attainable over one lap of swimming. She is a sensational athlete, and I'm sure we'll see that come to fruition as the race goes on. Moving back through the field now, we have our lead chase group here. Looks like our 2 Kazakhstan athletes leading the way, doing a fantastic job. Some pretty good technique there for these youngsters from Kazakhstan. They'll come down now to go through the intermediate gate, clock their time. As they come through, the likelihood is these athletes will not see the lead of the race today. It's a great development opportunity. I'm sure their coach would have reiterated that. They would have wanted to sort of sit a bit more forward through the early stages of the race, but that is open water swimming. It is out of your control as to where you sit. This is a good shot of the turning can there. You can see just how drastically the conditions change from within the marina to out in the race. Out in the conditions, these athletes will go from that crosswind into the marina and then back straight into a headwind. It is quite a challenging little effort for the athletes to endure. Again, though, really delving deeper into why open water swimming is so interesting. So much at play and so tactical for these athletes to be constantly aware of what's going on around them to ensure that any breaks or any athletes separating themselves from the pack is accounted for, to make sure that they can jump across quickly. Here we go, our lead group of 12. Leonie Beck just off the back there, just fixing her cap ever so slightly. Anna Marcela Cunha just in front of her, looking back to the front of the waist. It still is Bettina Fabian of Hungary in the mix for the lead. Once again, this is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay, Egypt. My name is Will Roller. You are watching the women's 10 kilometers, and we will be crowning our champion in 8 kilometers time. So we have some of our chasing athletes going around the turning buoys there. This is our lead group now. Just confirming once more, Leonie Beck just sitting off the back of that group. In fact, it looks like Genevieve Taducci starting to move forward. Anna Marcela Cunha in the mix. None of those athletes at the back wanting to do the work early. That is standard practice. At this level, they know exactly the requirement for them to win the race. Anna Marcela Cunha, of course, having done it so many times throughout her career, it's really not that complicated for Anna Marcela Cunha. Knows exactly where the race is headed and can react accordingly. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, Anna Marcela Cunha placed 5th at this year's World Championships. This is potentially her 79th international medal in play. She, of course, is the reigning Olympic champion from the Tokyo Olympic Games, looking to get up into the podium once more at this year's Paris Olympic Games. At a World Cup level, Anna Marcela Cunha is simply sensational. 28 of her 78 international medals have come in the form of open water World Cup golds. She has been dominating the scene all the way back since 2008, where she took gold in settable in pretty dominant form. Of course, wasn't easy, but she got the job done by 4 seconds. And if you look through that field, none of those athletes are still racing at that level. Anna Marcela Cunha is simply in a class of her own. So if you look back, the sport has changed drastically since 2008. The first year it was included at the Olympic Games. The first time that Ana Marcela Cunha raced that at the Olympic Games. She, of course, has done so numerous times and will do so once more in Paris, which is truly an exciting thing to look forward to for all open water swimming fans around the world. At this stage, not featuring towards the front of the race. Looks like there's a little bit of a split happening here. It's hard to tell from this point of view. I think if we had the drone up in the air sort of separating those two lines, I'd say they're probably swimming at an identical pace, just on different lines into the turn buoys. But for now, the inside looks like it's looks like Bettina Fabian leading that way, and Lisa Powell. Actually, it looks like a Spanish athlete on the outside of the course, which is Paula Fernandez of Spain. Once more, this is lap 2 of 5 here in Somabay, Egypt. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. 32 women battling out in today's course. It truly is a special moment to be back racing for 2024. We'll be crowning a champion in just over, or just under, in fact, an hour and a half's time. There's 12 swimmers making up that lead group, and I'm sure there'll be some fireworks through the rest of this race. My name is Will Rollo, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage here in Som Bay. So on screen now, we have our lead group on the far side of the course, making their way through lap number 2. There's a fair bit of adversity through that stage of the lap. There was lines happening and opening all throughout the race. We can see a tiny bit of separation between the first and second swimmer. That will get shut down very, very quickly, undoubtedly. But at this stage, we love the drama here. Lap 2 of 5. There's 6 turn buoys throughout this course, which is very exciting for the athletes to sort of play into the hands of the tactical nature of this race. Certainly not leaving any stone unturned is World Aquatics in 2024. Truly an exciting time to be a swimming fan, specifically open water swimming, and fans of any aquatic sport, of course, as we continue to deliver high-class, world-class events throughout the world, giving these athletes a platform to really step up and show what they're made of. That's the best thing about open water swimming. We can see that gap still a little bit open between first and second. It's a bit hard to tell who they are, but I know Lisa Powell of Monaco was in the mix. She's in the white cap, which we have as our leader. I think our second swimmer after lap 1 was Paula Fernandez, and we know Bettina Fabian's in there as well. Never seen Bettina be able to open a bit of separation on the rest of the field. That being said, of course, Bettina only very young and new to the career of open water swimming. No sprint points available at the end of lap number 2. It's the only lap without any further ramifications for overall standings for the series. But still a great opportunity to strike if no athlete is paying attention to the movement that might be happening. You can see now there's still a fair bit of separation opening up here between our first and lead pack. There's a lot going on for our officials. You can tell it's quite a physical race. Hard for the athletes as well to sight in these conditions. Quite windy, quite choppy. Very hard to pick out the turning buoys. This is, of course, lap 2 of 5. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. The second time the series has started in Egypt. We're stoked to be back, and the athletes and coaches are as well. A mini vacay away from the season in what is a very important year for open water swimming. Just the 5th time the sport will be demonstrated at the Olympic Games. Introduced back in 2008 at the Beijing Olympics, has continued to develop year on year. This year, of course, very exciting to be racing in the Seine River in Paris. Truly one of the marvels of the Olympic Games, to create a legacy piece that potentially would see members of the public being able to swim in the river for the first time since the early 1900s. So truly a great thing about the innovation that the Olympic Games can provide for a home host city and nation. We are watching, of course, our lead pack. There's only 12 athletes that constructed this lead group. We've got a leader. If you can't see, just with that chief referee boat leading the way, there's about 5 meters to our second swimmer. I'm not sure if that lead group is aware that there has been a split that's opened up. I'm not even sure if the leading swimmer would be aware that they have opened a gap off that last turning can and managed to separate themselves from the field. It is a very long way to swim by yourself from lap 2 onwards, but if you're tuned in around the world, this is what we want to see. Some exciting racing provided through the Open Water World Cup Series. Anytime these athletes take it up to each other, they get better. The experience drives performance, and the continued development of performance, of course, leads to a better product for all of us watching around the world. This is what we want to see, a bit of drama. There is certainly in that pack, people would be absolutely charging, trying to catch that lead swimmer. This is where multiple turn buoys throughout the course can lead to these quite critical moments in a race where you have swimmers that are able to pull away from the field, that use those turn buoys to their benefit. They slow down just into them, speed out after, causing a bit of mayhem in the main pack as they sort of get quite physical through the fight. I guess if you were leading this race, the critical point to leading from start to finish is being able to swim as straight as possible. So conditions like today certainly don't play into the hands of a swimmer being able to break, but so far that gap hasn't been shut down. Now that they're on this shorter straight between turn buoy 3 and 4, we'll see if they can spot that lead athlete, shut that down, move back into the field. Doesn't look like they've been able to close it yet. We'll get confirmation on who that is shortly as they get into eye shot of the camera. As we suggested, does look a little bit like Lisa Pui of Monaco. She had a great race at this year's World Championships. Really took it up to the best of the world, and booked her ticket to the Paris Olympics, which ultimately was the goal for Lisa, and she achieved that. So this race and this series really playing an important part for all the athletes in consideration. A lot of athletes choosing not to travel to race, choosing to stick to their normal regime. But certainly when you get useful experience racing at this level, it definitely pays dividends on the big days. You need to not only learn how to swim fast, which you can certainly do at training, but learning how to win races in high pressure environments is absolutely critical for the development of these athletes. So performances and opportunities such as today go a long way in those developments, and I'm sure we will see some of those youngsters benefit greatly from races like today. So we see our incredible coaching staff on the starting platform. This is, of course, doubling as the feeding pontoon today. You can see behind the coaches there just how protected that marina truly is. So these athletes getting tested well and truly today. It's a great thing about this course, and the great thing about this destination is it does provide something for every different athlete. For example, if Leonie Beck is within eye shot of the overall win today, coming into the marina, there'll be no one faster than Leonie in the flat water. So it's just for Leonie staying as comfortable as possible in these conditions, and then just moving forward in great fashion, going forward with emphasis as to when she does move forward, it must be strategic, making sure she doesn't move forward without burning too much energy. So I'm sure with the experience of Leonie, there's no doubt she'll be taking that all into account. Very clinical an athlete is Leonie Beck, and we'll see how that plays out. But yes, in this flat water, you can't deny that Leonie Beck is certainly one to watch. As we see the German team getting ready to call in the action. Oh, a little bit of chop, breaking up that lead group ever so more. I think that gap has been shut down. We'll get a better shot when they get in alignment. Oh no, it's still open. First to second. So that second athlete has been absolutely going through it. Looks like Anna Marcella may have moved forward. We'll get an update very, very shortly. I would love to see Leonie Beck move forward shortly and try and get towards the lead. But there we go. An update is Bettina Fabian leading the way with a little bit of a gap keeps getting opened and then closed, opened and closed. But there's no doubting that these athletes are well and truly getting pushed today. We saw in the men's race, David Bethlehem had a similar philosophy. Never opened a gap as big as that in, well, this early into the race at least. But there are truly some fantastic athletes competing in today's race. A testament to their development of the federations. We saw in the men's race, Italy just running so deep at the moment in the men's field, likely in the women's field as well. Very much similar, but certainly a bit more of a spread across the federations. Hungary well represented. Bettina Fabian, Anna Olaz in this race as well. Mira Sismak not racing today. She's currently racing at college as they get ready to ramp up for NCAAs. So we're getting an update, the withdrawal of Ocean Casagnol. Unfortunate to hear. Inevitably, of course, the nature of open water swimming is we will have some athletes that have to withdraw. Especially this deep into the season. They're probably in a lot of hard work at the moment, so wouldn't necessarily be feeling the best come race day. Out in front, though, it looks like Bettina Fabian still maintaining a slight lead over what definitely does look like Ana Marcela Cunha. If it is, she's come from a very long way back to get into this position. No doubting, though, out in front, Bettina Fabian looking fantastic. Absolutely slicing through the water today. And there it is. Ana Marcela Cunha has come all the way back from 11th to get into second position and actually shut that lead down. So I'm sure she wouldn't be happy having to do the majority of the work to catch up to the young Hungarian. But that's racing. Someone has to do it. And today it was Ana Marcela Cunha shutting down the lead of Bettina Fabian. Sure, Bettina will watch back and see the gap that she did have. Truly an exceptional feat to open that over the rest of the field. Oh, sorry, that's Lisa Powell of Mongolia. It is Lisa leading the way ahead of Ana Marcela Cunha. She looks sensational. That stroke is simply great. Lisa, coached by her father in Monaco, and clearly the work that she's been doing is up there with the best in the world. Well, it goes without saying, of course, with the performances that she's been able to display over the last 6 months and continued development as an athlete. It is it's incredible to see her working so hard. Monaco well represented at the front of the race. Lisa Powell leads Ana Marcela Cunha. Martinez and Fernandez sitting in third and fourth. Jungblut, Olaz, Fabian, Caroline Juiz lead French athletes ahead of Delacroix. Leah Boy sitting in between the two. Pozobon, Santoni, Candela Sanchez, Sandoval, Taducci, Leonie Beck, and Wensk rounding out the top 17 now, in fact. Leonie Beck looking very comfortable at the back of the race. It's interesting, she was swimming right next to Anna Olaz at the end of lap 2. Anna's, of course, shot forward through that lap, and Leonie's just let her go. So as we move now into lap 3, this is starting to look like a very, very interesting race. The third and fourth lap, of course, have ramifications in the form of sprint laps. Lisa Powell of Monaco is our race leader after really dominating that second lap. As we've mentioned, this is a very tactical course. These athletes being tested on all fronts. And I'm sure lap 3 and 4 will be much more of the same. But for now, this of course is the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series Stage 1 here in Somabay, Egypt. This is the women's 10 kilometers. We're about to head into lap 3 of 5 of today's action. We are loving the coverage here. We're loving what Monaco is doing at the front through Luisa Powell, who has once again opened a gap to the field. Heading out to lap 3, we'll see what we have in store over the next hour and 10 minutes. So once more, we have our chase group coming through the feeding station now. It still is those two Kazakhstan athletes leading our chase group. We're incorrect in the assumption of 12 athletes in that lead group. 17, in fact, leading the way. Leonie Beck sitting comfortably in 17th position. I'm sure we'll see Leonie Beck start to move forward here. Once again on the screen, our chase group. So we have our local athletes fighting through the water there. As we mentioned in the men's race, it's great to have the Egypt team well represented throughout this competition. Meets like this are so key in the development of federations, and truly great to have the support of the home federation in the delivery of today's event. Some great techniques in these athletes. So you can see a consistent kick there, really driving them forward. Very key in today's race is to have that consistent kick and make sure you're able to fight through the chop. This is once more back to our lead group. You can see on the very back of the pack, not the athlete that's just fallen off, just on the back of that lead group in the black cap is none other than Leonie Beck. Expect her to, I think she'll stay in the same position for another 2.5 kilometers. and just strategically and clinically, as come to be expected by Leonie. Move forward, jumping across from swimmer to swimmer, and then come that final straight, I expect her to really be up in that top 6-7 and then be fighting for the win. It's shaping up nicely for both Anna Marcella and Leonie Beck. Caroline Schwiss in there as well. We know she's got a fantastic final kick in her race. Lisa Powell doing an incredible job out in front for Monaco. The Spanish team, once again, well represented. We've come to expect that from Maria de Valdez, but seeing it once more from the swimmers representing Spain today, really starting to shape out a very nice mixed relay, especially add Carlos Benito into the mix there. And you'll be seeing, of course, Spain doubling down into the top 5 competitors in that relay in no time. So our leading Spanish athlete sitting currently in second behind Lisa Powell of Monaco is Angelica Martinez. Just 20 years of age. In fact, only turning 20 5 days ago. So happy birthday to Angela for 5 days ago. It'd be great to add to her birthday, of course, a podium in this weekend's competition. But there's still plenty to play out for that to happen. She's well positioned at the moment though. But as we mentioned before, it's a very different race, the women's and the men's 10 kilometers. They've almost flipped on each other over the last couple of years. Previously, of course, the men's race saw the likes of Ferry Vertman. That's the combination of two of the leaders, of course. Ferry Vertman back in the day, and even further back with Thomas Lurs. You had these big lumbering lads that would sit back for the majority of the race, using the first 8 kilometers almost as a warm-up, and then charging through the field in the last 2 kilometers to fight out for the gold medal. Adversely, of course, in the women's race, it was quite hot from the start. Funnily enough, though, the athlete driving it back then, among others, was Ana Marcela Cunha. Of course, Ana Marcela Cunha is still driving the way that the race is raced now, but it has done a backflip. And you can see the likes of Chelsea Gubeka, Leonie Beck, Sharon Van Ruendal, of course, Ana Marcela Cunha, Moesha Johnson. Those athletes sit further back in the field, and then come the end of the race, they put an almighty surge in. Chelsea Gubeka does it from a little bit further out than the others, choosing to go from about 2 kilometers. Leonie Beck on the polar opposite end, where if she gets the opportunity, she won't take a lead until the final 400, 500 meters of the race. Similar to the way that Dominic Garazzarenza won today's race in the men's field. So we'll see how it plays out here. It was very interesting at this point of the lap last time we were around in lap 2. We saw Lisa Powell of Monaco make a step forward, separate herself away from the field. Ultimately, she was caught. Ana Marcela had to lead the charge. But what that would have done is put a bit of doubt into the field, seeing what quiet barriers are sort of lying on them. Obviously, a lot of swimmers in hard work at the moment. So for them to be tested frequently throughout the race is going to be at a great cost. Of course, all points on offer throughout the series will go towards determining the overall series winner. So a win today is equally as important as it will be at the final. So we'll see how Lisa Powell is able to play that out, potentially heading towards one of her first World Cup victories. I'm sure in her current form won't be her last. Of course, though, that's far from settled. This is only lap 3. And once again, this is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. You can see on the far side of the course, this is our lead group. I think there's still 17 athletes attached to that lead. No one's dramatically fallen off the back. This, of course, being the third lap of 5. They're about 5.5 kilometers into the race today. Moving through at a rapid rate, considering the conditions and the time of the year for these athletes to be competing. The pack certainly driving the pace forward. Lisa Powell still holding the lead. Looks like Bettina Fabian's moved up into second position. And Angela Martinez may have just slipped out of that lead position. Looks like we can see that Spanish blue cap in about 4th. But as we've mentioned time and time again, there's still plenty of swimming ahead of these athletes. And they will sort of jostle for position. As we said, it is certainly not easy to maintain that pace at the front of the race. People will feel good, they'll feel bad. They need to measure that throughout the race and make sure that they're swimming accordingly. All the while, though, of course, what a backdrop Som Bay has provided once more. Truly an underestimate as to one of the most beautiful spots in the World Cup Series. Govraranchi as well, very, very nice. In fact, all of the stops are lovely to race in. It's great to see that we'll be racing in Hong Kong, China once more in 2024. The host of the 4th stop of this year's World Cup Series. Formerly a prominent feature on the calendar, and once more back and firing for 2024. I'm sure a lot of athletes will have that one timed out to compete in. It is sitting well after the Olympic Games, so it'll give the athletes a chance to race the Olympics, then go on a nice break, and then charge in to the Hong Kong China World Cup race. Beautiful part of the world, of course, Hong Kong, China. I'm sure these athletes are excited to be back there. Delving deeper into that market that is, of course, in China, seeing the athletes fight very hard. On screen now, currently our back marker swimmers. A reminder to all viewers that the athletes have 30 minutes after the completion of the first swimmer to complete their race. Looks like they're doing a great job swimming together. As we've mentioned, some of these athletes racing for the very first time at an international level. And that's what's great about this series, is it gives those athletes the experience before heading to the likes of the World Championships. So critical to the development of an athlete. Oh, it looks like we have dropped our 17th swimmer there. Find out who that is at the end of the 3rd lap. About 10 minutes away from seeing that complete. 6 laps in, 6 kilometers into the race, of course. I believe that's Fabian Wensk of Germany, who may have just fallen off the back of that lead group, but I'm sure we'll get an update very shortly. For now, though, still is Lisa Powell leading the way. Beautiful stroke out in front. So our lead swimmers coming towards the completion of lap 3 of 5 here. As we've mentioned, there are 6 turn buoys throughout today's race. There's a straight of about 750 meters as the longest straight, really testing the athletes both physically and tactically, making sure they stay aware. We've already seen Lisa Powell sort of separate away from the field a number of times. Looks like she's pressed once again off the back of that turn can, trying to put some fear into these athletes. With 17 in our lead group at the end of lap 2. Looks like it's been whittled down by 1. Expect some more work to be done here in this 3rd lap and into the 4th. Expect we'll finish with a lead group of around about 10. So inevitably we'll lose some of our lead group through the turmoil of the race. We've seen Ana Marcela Cunha have to put in a massive effort in lap 2 to catch Lisa Powell. Now, Ana Marcela Cunha would have been not stoked about having to put that effort down, but certainly would have used this lap as an opportunity to move back in the field, sort of reserve some energy, sit comfortably, not do a lot of the hard work, but also not let Lisa Powell get away again. We can see a little bit of separation starting to occur here through different lines. It's hard to tell from that front-on angle which athlete is leading the way. Does still look like Lisa Powell out in front. Quite a nice stroke as she controls the race. Last time she raced at the World Cup stop was last year in Madeira, where she finished 11th in the 10 kilometers. So for her to come out at the World Championships and finish 9th in the 10 kilometers and then 11th in the 5 kilometers, after doing a majority of the work in the sort of second, third of that race, is it's truly a exceptional career uptake for the Monaco athlete. Moving through the field, of course, still all the big names in the mix. Of, unfortunately, though, Ocean Casagnol had to withdraw. Vivian Jungblut is in the mix. Angelica Martinez, Barbara Pozobon, Anna Olaz, Leah Boy, Caroline Juiz, of course, Bettina Fabian, our early leader, Ginevra Taducci, Leonie Beck, Ana Marcela Cunha. It's going to be an exciting final 2 laps of racing here in Somabay. This, of course, is stop 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. We've seen the men's race take place with Italy going 1, 2, 3. The winner, of course, being Atzarenza. Second went to Gregorio Paltrineri. Third with Dario Varani. Fourth was Marc-Antoine Olivier, and David Bethlehem finished in 5th after doing the majority of the work through the race. It's a cruel sport sometimes, open water swimming. And I'm sure Lisa Powell is hoping that fate reverses in the women's 10 kilometers and she's able to maintain that lead for an overall win. Plenty of action left. We're about 5 and 750 meters, 5 kilometers, 750 meters into this race. 10 kilometers, the total distance today. Lisa Powell has been dominant through the early stages of the race alongside Bettina Fabian. But we have plenty of racing ahead of us. And I'm sure some of these athletes will start making a charge forward. Because as we remember, this lap, the 3rd lap, having sprint points ramifications. Who wants the points? We'll find out very, very shortly. So here we go. Not long until we hit the intermediate buoy. We've had a lead change. Looks like Martinez potentially coming through the field. Maybe even Paula Fernandez of Spain. She took the points in the lap number 1. Genevieve Taducci moving forward as well. And there is Bettina Fabian. So quite a substantial lead change here. Lisa Powell certainly has dropped off that lead pace that she was setting. We'll confirm who the athlete is. It looks like Fernandez. She is certainly moving at a rapid rate of knots. Head of Taducci with that stoic high cadence that Taducci loves to show off. Fabian tucked in nicely. Powell in the mix as well. So a big change in pace at the front of the race as they come down. This is lap number 3 of 5. 6,000 meters complete. They're coming now into our intermediate gate. This is lap 3, which means points on offer. And we can see Fernandez is leading the way for Spain. Cap 2:14. Taducci in second. Fabian in third. And in fourth currently is Powell. There's a great turn of speed there for Fernandez to pick up the points at the end of lap number 3. Taducci, Fabian, Powell in fourth. We'll see how the order plays out from there. Boy, Martinez, Juiz, Jongblut, Sanchez, Santoni, Beck. Beck was a big mover in that one, alongside Anna Marcela Cunha, who sort of took her foot off the pace ever so slightly. Anna Olas in there, Barbara Pozabon. And then you can see some gaps starting to open up. The water looks simply sensational out there. I'm sure they are absolutely thriving in these conditions. There is a little bit of a gap there, but Anna Marcela's there, so they will get across to that lead group very easily. Fernandez still leads the way. Taducci in second, Powell in third comfortably. That's the order now. We have 4 kilometers to swim. It is going to be a very exciting end to the race. It's going to come down inevitably to an almighty sprint finish. Once again, this is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay, Egypt. This is the women's 10-kilometer title. We'll see who takes out our win in just over 45 minutes. Some of our chase athletes on screen at the moment, we could see the pace at which these athletes are sitting at. Taducci now in charge and looking sensational on the lead. A very high cadence indeed, trying to push that pace as much as possible. You can see quite clearly though the difference between Taducci and sitting second currently, Lisa Powell just behind her. Of course, we have Bettina Fabian of Hungary. Taducci really trying to stretch out this lap though. As we said, we expect to see some fireworks on this fourth lap. It's going to start to heat up here in this fourth lap. Someone like Taducci for Italy, she needs to be going from this point out in the race. She really needs a fast and furious race. She can't have that pace change too dramatically in the back half of the last lap. She doesn't have the pace change to be able to go with the likes of Leonie Beck or Anna Marcela Cunha. So this is a very strategic move from Taducci. I'd love to see her get a little bit of separation from the field. And if she's able to establish that separation, she'll certainly be off and running. You can see though, the pace that she's setting at the front has really stretched out that lead pack. In fact, sitting second is Lisa Powell, who is got a bit of separation to Bettina Fabian there. So we'll be watching this one carefully. Taducci punching into that headwind. This is a clinical move. We've seen the Italians already dominate in the men's race. Can Taducci keep those winning ways through this fourth lap and going into the final? So we come back to one of our lead chase groups. Once again, there's two Kazakhstan representatives tied at the hip. This is lap number 4. 1 lap to go after the completion of this. We'll be finishing around about 2 hours today. The conditions certainly playing a toll on this swimmer's performance. But it's a great little battle we have unfurling here. With some turmoil unfurling at the front of the race. So if you're watching at home right now, this is stop 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay. This is our lead group making their way through the 4th of 5 laps. And it is starting to heat up in the water and, of course, in the air. We currently have our weather moving in to the 24 degrees Celsius range. Those at home, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind currently running at 14 miles per hour. So that stayed consistent throughout, certainly providing its challenges for athletes in the water. But that's what we like to see with open water swimming. If we wanted to swim in the pool, they certainly would. But this is what they want to do. Test themselves against the very best. Get themselves ready for what is a very big 2024. Our lead group still sitting about 17 deep. We did have one athlete fall off the back. Managed to catch up though off one of the feeding pontoons. The good thing about today's event, of course, a number of athletes getting the opportunity to race for the very first time at this level. Looks like two of those athletes on the screen right now also doing so. Currently 1:24 p.m. in Som Bay. So these athletes in the heat of the day battling through. You can see these chase groups starting to find themselves into some packs, but out in front it still is our main group of 17. 32 athletes took to the water to complete today's 10-kilometer World Cup edition. Had one withdrawal in Ocean Castagnol, who is touted as one of the favorites for the overall race. Hasn't affected the quality at the front too much. It's been very interesting to watch the dynamics play out, and we've only got about 3 kilometers left to swim, but there's going to be much more happening as these athletes move through the water at a rapid rate. Beautiful water it is as well. That turquoise blue looking sensational. Our camera now on one of the starting platforms. As we've mentioned a couple times now, this is the first stop of the World Cup Series. From here we'll head to Golfo Orange in May. We'll then go to Setúbal in Portugal. The fourth stop will be in Hong Kong, China, and our final race of the series will conclude later in the year. We'll look to crown our champion for the overall series. Last year, unequivocally, the winner went to Leonie Boy, just managing to outtouch none other than Sharon van Ruendal in the final stages of the final race in Madeira, Portugal. So it can get very exciting. In fact, that race went down to the wire. Only a fingernail in it, which is very interesting. You race across 50 kilometers through the series, and for it to come down to a fingernail truly is a testament to the consistency and the dedication of these athletes. Leonie winning the first two races in pretty dominant fashion. When she raced in Somabay last year, she did not look like she was going to be beaten for the rest of the year. Golfo Orange backed that up with another dominant win. 2023 world champion in both the 10 kilometers and the 5 kilometers. So athletes battling through these conditions, a very different scene in the Somabay Marina to what it is out on the course. But that is why open water swimming is as exciting as it can be, because these athletes are truly pushing themselves to their upper limit. We're back with our lead group on the far side of the course, they've completed about 7 kilometers of swimming. 3 kilometers to go until we crown our champion. Of course, we'll be doing the medal presentation for both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers at the conclusion of today's race. So be sure to stick around to watch the end of the race. Of course, hear from our winners and then see them being presented with the overall titles at the conclusion of the show. Truly a special spectator event here in Somabay. Action continues tomorrow in the 4x1500 meter mixed relay. We're excited to see that play out once more. For now, once again, we remember this is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. My name is Will Rollo. We have been loving the coverage here today as we call through the women's 10-kilometer title. So we're back with our lead group as they come down to complete now lap number 4 of 5. It's a special course here in Somabay. The athletes well and truly putting that to good use. You can see some of our lead athletes starting to fall off the back. The start of lap 4, we saw Ginevra Taducci really put the hammer down, try and separate herself from the rest of the field. Wasn't able to get any separation, but what she did managed to entail was a little bit of stress put onto the field, which is now paying dividends as some of those back end swimmers starting to fall off, fracturing from the overall position. Of course, every spot matters here in Somabay. This is the first of 5 stops in this year's series. You want to be as far forward as you can be on the finish, ultimately hoping to take the win or be on the podium. But all positions matter, 4 points, especially in today's race. You want to start the As I was saying, you want to start the season in emphatic fashion. If you want to go on to win the overall series, it's very important, as we saw last year with Leonie Beck taking the win in round 1 and 2, ultimately setting her up to be able to. She didn't have a great race in Settable last year. Of course, World Aquatics introducing a new rule last year where previously it was optional to wear a wetsuit between the temperature of 18 and 20 degrees in the water. It's now no longer optional. You have to wear a wetsuit if it is under 18 degrees Celsius. Anything over that, athletes must compete in their race suits. Of course, 18 degrees can get quite cold for some of the more slender athletes. Our longer, stronger athletes like Leonie Beck certainly felt the pinch of that acceptable, where the water can get quite cold, especially rushing off the Atlantic Ocean. But ultimately, the performance through rounds 1 and 2, and then once again in Madeira, rounding out the series in round 5, led to Leonie taking the overall series win. Truly special achievement ahead of Sharon van Ruendal. It's a great race anytime those two athletes get in the water. Very excited to see them go head to head in 2024. More importantly though, right now we have a race on our hands here. Just over 2.5 kilometers left to swim. Anyone can still win this. There's a large lead group all hoping to get themselves on top of that podium. And we'll get an update on where people are sitting very shortly. So we've seen the dynamics of the race change almost every lap. That first lap we saw Bettina Fabian really take control of the race. Second lap, Lisa Powell storming through for Monaco. There's a bit of a mix in lap 3. Lisa did the majority of the work to control the pace, but ultimately Fernandez of Spain storming through in the back end of the lap to control it. Start of lap 4, Ginevra Taducci went to the front, was unchallenged. And it looks like Taducci still holding a slender lead, if not Martinez back in charge. Once again, lap 4 will see the points be awarded for our sprint laps. Martinez has won both lap 1 and 3. Sorry, Fernandez, in fact, has led lap 1 and 3. And looking to do much more of the same here in lap 4. Taking a clean sweep potentially of our sprint laps. Does she have enough left in the tank to not only hold on for this lap, but potentially take the overall win for today's competition? She's getting very, very close. And she looks in control. Quite a high stroke rate. And you can tell that 2-beat kick that she's throwing through her stroke definitely would take a tax on the overall strength of her stroke. Ultimately, though, we can see the big names still intact. Leonie Beck within striking distance. Ana Marcela Cunha has looked fantastic, and she knows exactly where she needs to be to strike in these races. So I'm sure we'll see Ana Marcela move forward. Lisa Powell, she's been strategic in the way that she's raced today. She could potentially be one that comes through the back end of today's race. Angela Martinez, though, as we've discussed, ready to race here. You can see that race is really starting to heat up now. A lot of white water being put off by these athletes. For those at home watching along, he's probably swimming through at about 110 to 112 per 100 meters at this pace. You consistently do that for 10 kilometers, you certainly be very tired come the end. Add into the fact the conditions certainly testing out the best of the best today. Furthermore, of course, the physicality of the women's race certainly takes a toll on the body. So here we go, end of lap 4 impending. Ginevra Taducci currently sitting in second, sitting strongly. The Spaniards well represented towards the front. Paula Atira Fernandez, she's taking the win in lap 1 and lap 3. Looking to do the same in lap 4. Ginevra Taducci doesn't look like she's got an answer to her at this stage. Looks like we've had a bit of a swap in third position. Potentially Veronica Santoni moving forward. Actually, it looks like Vivian Jungblut ahead of Ana Marcela Cunha. The two Brazilians fighting hard here as we come down to the intermediary gate for the final time. 1 lap to swim here in Somabay. This is, of course, stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. However, out in front, Paula Otira Fernandez looking sensational. Spain very well represented out in the top 10. Looks like Barbara Pozobon starting to feel the pinch a bit at the back of that group. They come down now to turn buoy number 5. Around they go. It is Paula Otira Fernandez taking the lead. She's clean swept our sprint today. Taducci in second. Jungblut as expected in third. Juiz well and truly in striking distance in fourth. Ana Marcela Cunha, Ana Olaz. There are some big names in contention for this race. And here comes Leonie Beck in 8th position. Barbara Pozobon in there. Martinez, Sanchez, Boy, Wensk, Fabian, Santoni, Del Croix. It is a absolute firehouse ahead of this final lap. Leonie Beck has moved up into 7th position. That's exactly what we expected from Leonie Beck. I'll be interested to see the dynamic here between Ana Marcela Cunha and Leonie Beck. Those two clearly the favorites at this point. Vivian Jungblut looking really good as well, moving into 3rd. Paula Otira Fernandez, she's never been in this position before. So to see her really starting to make a mark on the race is great to see. Of course, Maria de Valdez, as we said, was one to be watching at the World Championships and clearly inspiring that next generation of Spanish open water swimmers.
So now we have yellow flag for the 3 swimmer, number 2 and 3 and 1.
So Paula is certainly an up-and-comer on the scene. 1500, 16, so that is not quite as quick as what Leonie Beck would swim the 1500 in, but certainly you can see the stamina and the power coming through her stroke, that she really wants to make a mark on this international level. Taducci still sitting in 2nd, looking really strong. Jungblut in the mix. Leonie Beck moving forward. Here we go. Starting to spice up in the final lap. This is the 5th and final lap. About 1900 meters to swim. We'll be finishing in about 20 minutes time as these athletes make their way around the course for the final time today. This is the women's 10 kilometers at stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. Don't go anywhere. Strap yourselves in. There's going to be some fireworks here in Egypt. So you can see the pace once more becoming a little bit too hot for those back end swimmers, falling off ever so slightly. We even saw in the men's race, Krzysztof Rosowski not having enough left in the tank for that final leg of the race. Ultimately just off the pace, and hence the Italians owning the day. Ginevra Taducci, of course, would have been well aware, as would Barbara Pozzebon, the success of the Italians in the men's race. Looking to emulate that success here in the women's 10 kilometers and continue the fine form of Italian open water swimming. Although Paula Otero Fernandez certainly won't be giving up easily. She's controlling the pace. Ginevra Taducci, Lisa Pill, Angela Martinez, Vivian Jungblut, and here come the big names of open water women swimming. Leonie Beck, Anna Marcela Cunha. Leonie on the top of your screen right now, really starting to rev up that V8 engine under the hood that she has. I'm excited to see her start to charge. As we said, Leonie just needs a little bit of separation. Once she gets that, she's gone. We've seen it happen time and time again. If Leonie Beck is able to move away from the rest of the field, she will never be seen until the end of the finish line, with a gold medal securely wrapped around her neck. So getting confirmation now. No surprise to see Paula Otero Fernandez taking out the sprint title today. The win in lap 1, 3, and 4 sees her secure the maximum 90 points. She will be our series sprint leader at the conclusion of today's race. Ginevra Taducci locked down second after two very strong finishes in lap 3 and 4. Bettina Fabian very strongly positioned at the end of lap 1, sees her in third. Lisa Powell, Vivian Jungblut, Angela Martinez, Caroline Juiz, Anna Olaz, Leah Boy, Anna Marcela Cunha. So there is a lot to play for here. The points secured for today. The series points yet to be determined. Our junior champion also yet to be determined. And that's why we're watching along to see who will be crowned the champion of the women's 10 kilometers. This is stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming Series. Very exciting to see the action once more in Somabay, Egypt. We started our season here last year in what was a great viewing for those around the world. You can see why it is so exciting for these athletes and coaches to be able to come here and race in one of the most picturesque places to race anywhere around the world. The water certainly turning it on today. The wind, not so much. But that's why we love to see racing the way it's done. Much like what we saw, of course, in the 2024 World Aquatics Championships in Doha, the wind played a big factor on the way the races were won and lost. I wonder if any athlete will feel the same today. Not quite as windy out there, but of course, it's much easier to say that from the commentary position than in the water. So these athletes making their way around the course for the final time. It is a 2-kilometer course. They're currently on the longest stretch of the course, a 750-meter stretch. It looks like we've just seen a yellow card being handed out to an athlete. We'll try and get an update on you for you shortly. You can see, as we said before the race, the women's 10 kilometers very, very physical in comparison to the men's specifically. Very tight racing, especially this late into the race. You can see it's very hard to get separation in that lead group. The Spaniards thrive in this physicality. Maria de Valdez absolutely loves the competition that's brought from racing hard, racing fast, and racing close. And I'm sure those lessons have come down the lines to the likes of Paula Otero Fernandez. But of course, Paula doesn't have to worry about the tight competition, especially if she's out in front leading, like she is currently as they make their way down for the final time here in Som Bay. Of course, we do have our relay being raced tomorrow, which is very exciting for a number of federations that will be racing. As we saw last year, it was the first year it was introduced as a mainstay in the open water swimming calendar. At every bay, at every stop along the year, we saw athletes race in the 4x1500 meters, and will once more deliver the same quality product in 2024. A very exciting initiative indeed. Germany, Egypt, France, Spain, Italy, and Kazakhstan set to race tomorrow. Who will be crowned the champion? What order will be swum with? Of course, the Italians well represented in the men's field. I think their relay almost the best in the world this year. Only just being pipped by the Australians on that final leg. Pretty familiar trio or quadruplet in Ginevra Taducci, Barbara Pozzebon, Domenico Azzorenza, and Gregoria Palcineri making up that relay. They would go in as pretty heavy favorites, although Caroline Julius, Axel Raymond, Ocean Castagnol, Marc-Antoine Olivier will have something to say about that. And we know just how good the Germans can be over that distance as well. Leonie Beck, one of the favorites for the finish of this race, might set up her relay in good tidings tomorrow. As they go around that far turn can, you can see there's a little bit of separation once again opening in those first few swimmers. Expect that to be shut down. It's almost inevitable on this course with so many turn cans, so many different degrees of turning. Very hard to be able to differentiate your lines, especially this far into the race where the conditions and the tax on the body is really starting to take effect on these athletes. You can see the field certainly a bit smaller than what it was at the start of this lap. Ooh, a bit of separation opening up once again. 3 swimmers managing to separate. I think Anna Marcella's in 4th, and she'll shut that down very quickly if when she realizes there is a bit of separation. So here we go. 1,000 meters left to be swum here. Somabay has turned it on once more to start the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. Our men's have been crowned. Domenico Azzorenza took home the gold medal. We don't know who will be the winner of the women's, but we're very excited to find out as they start their charge to the final finish in what has been a spectacular showing for open water swimming in our great sport. So that gap is still open between second and third now. Didn't expect it to be this far out. It's a bit hard to tell who it is. It looks like Ginevra Taducci's moved to the front of the race. This could be a great performance for Ginevra if she's able to hold on. You can see the really high cadence of Taducci out in front. Just maintaining that little lead that she's got. I think that looks like Leonie Beck in second position. Anna Marcella in a bit of a fight for third. This is a interesting race unfolding here. Never seen Ginevra sort of control the race this far out from the finish, but excited to see what she has in store. Anna Marcella can't be counted out though, even from this far out. She's won a medal, in fact, at every World Championships, all the way back to 2010, before even the event was included at the World Aquatics Championships. Previously sat separately as its own event. That's how long Anna Marcella has been dominating the sport. And I'm sure we'll see her charging home once more. So Taducci finishing all the way back in 22nd position at the World Championships this year. Fortunately missing the opportunity to qualify for the Olympic Games. She's sitting strongly at the moment. I'm sure she's got a bit left up her sleeve when it comes down to the end of the race. She has won medals at an international level. Of course, being a part of a world title last year's 4x1500 meter mixed relay. When it comes to World Cups, she's been on the podium as well. She won bronze back in 2022 at the staging event in Paris. She's also won medals at last year's 10 kilometers in Golfo del Ranchi. So she is used to racing at this stage. She hasn't been on top in the individual event. She currently leads the way. She's got about 700 meters between her and a title, but she has a formidable bunch of competitors flanking her. Looks like Leonie Beck is just behind her. Really setting this up to be a fantastic finish to the race here, and a fantastic finish to day one of competition on stage one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. It is Ginevra Taducci leading the way. There's a gap from second to third, but Anna Marcella Cunha, the GOAT, is hunting down our lead two athletes. There's a massive amount of athletes all hoping that Anna Marcella Cunha can drag them through into the podium. We've seen Lisa Powell fight hard for Monaco. We've seen Bettina Fabian push to the front of the race. We've seen 3 Spaniards mixing in the top 10. Who will walk away the champion? Paula Otero Fernandez has fought valiantly through the opening 8Ks, but it comes down to this: 700 meters to swim. And at the moment, no one is in front of Ginevra Taducci. She looks simply sensational. Could a maiden World Cup title be awaiting her in just over 10 minutes time? We will see the action transpire live and free across these platforms Stay tuned as we crown our champion of the first stage of 2024. Still sitting with our lead group. There's plenty to play in here. Or you can see Leonie Beck on the inside of the course. Coming across. Sorry, that wasn't Leonie. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting finish here. The head-on shot not doing any justice to the emphatic nature of these athletes. Absolutely fighting through the water. All you can see is the whitewash coming down as a good congregation of fans on the beach here in Somabay cheering home these incredible athletes. Really dominant display of athleticism here by our female athletes. Still is Taducci leading the way ahead of a star-studded field. Taducci, I don't know if she can stroke any harder than what she's currently doing at the moment. She'd be sitting around 95 to 100 strokes per minute. If you compare that to Leonie Beck, who probably sits around the 80, she's doing 20 strokes more than Leonie Beck per minute. There is some separation still though from second to third. The issue here for these athletes is they have to be aware if Leonie Beck is able to get some separation, she will be absolutely gone. She's gone away from Taducci on the outside of the course. Can Ginevra jump across? And who's going to lead that charge group? It looks like Anna Marcella's slightly fallen back from that third position. Taducci now well and truly in second. It's still the lead, Leonie Beck now. There is a mismatch of athletes across the field. This is when it is absolutely critical to be able to line your sighting boys up. You don't want to give Leonie Beck any separation this late into the race. We know Caroline Jouis can kick hard in the back half of the race. Has she got a sprint left in her arms? Taducci still fighting hard at the front with Beck. Has anyone else got what it takes to challenge for the win? There's a little bit of separation opening up all over the field. They've got to be very careful now. We know there's one athlete currently with a yellow card. You would hate to receive a second yellow this far into the race, potentially ending the day. So we get this shot, we can see just how much separation there is between the swimmers. This is when all those hard mornings of training, all those hard afternoons of looking at the black line, really trying to push yourself day in, day out. This is when it all comes to effect as they turn through. Now, only one turn buoy left. Ginevra Taducci still holds the control. This great overhead shot. It's one straight line, 400 meters between our lead athletes and the finish of the first stage in 2024. It is absolutely stacked with athletes. You can see on that underwater shot there just how big the shadow they're putting off. They've been swimming for over 2 hours and there is absolutely nothing splitting them. Who is our leader? Leonie Beck is still fighting hard, but it looks like Lisa Powers had a second wind as well. Anna Marcela Cunha fighting through. Caroline Jouis is charging. Looks like it's Martinez. swimming strongly, but Lisa Powell of Monaco. Here we go. With about 200 meters to swim. What does Leonie Beck have in store? And here is Bettina Fabian. This is a fantastic display of athletic brilliance. You can see Anna Marcela Cunha right on the hip of Taducci. But now with 200 meters to swim, Leonie Beck is well and truly locked in second position. She's trying to find that final gear. Can she pull up alongside? Here comes Leonie Beck. She's running out of time. All the way into the finish line. The top two are well and truly established. Leonie Beck is fighting hard on the inside of the swimmer. Just over 70 meters to swim now. It is a dead ringer battle between our top two. The 2023 world champion Leonie Beck is fighting as hard as she can to get on the outside and fighting now into the finishing arch. The German has come all the way back from 13th position and has stormed through the field all the way into the finishing arch, and it is Leonie Beck taking the win. Lisa Powell with a fantastic effort, but just isn't able to hold on. It's Leonie Beck to Bettina Fabian. 1-2. Bettina with a monumental charge home for the win there. Bettina Fabian unfortunately just letting go to Leonie Beck, who stormed home out of nowhere. Taducci gets in fourth behind Martinez. Anna Marcela Cunha couldn't get away from that contact, landing in fifth position. And what a way to finish off the action here in the individual events for Somabay. Leonie Beck, an absolute queen of our sport, once again on top here in Somabay. Hungary well represented through Bettina Fabian. Spain through Martinez. Taducci, she fought so hard for so long, but just ran out of steam in the end. We'll get the official results to you as soon as we can. But of course, what a way to round out that field. What a way to round out, of course, Stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay. We've got our first athlete across. No doubting Leonie Beck just stormed home. Bettina Fabian was so close. She really did fight so hard. But once again, that elusive World Cup win will live to see another day. She claimed silver last year, did Bettina Fabian. She drew for silver behind Caroline Juis in Setable. So undoubtedly, I think we'll see a win for Bettina Fabian in 2024. If she keeps being able to produce final efforts like that, that was truly a great way to finish off the race. As we said, the World Junior Champion in 2022. She's continued to deliver steps forward for progress. We know the work that she's done with her team, training alongside none other than Krzysztof Rozowski and David Bethlehem to charge through, well representing their country and on the podium at a World Cup once again. That is a sensational effort for the young Hungarian. Bettina Fabian should be stoked with that second position. But I tell you what, Anna Olaz as well, racing strongly. a number of athletes in that top 10 really stepping up for this time of the year. It's great to see them fighting hard through the season. Ultimately, though, Leonie Beck is on top once again. It's great to see. Today's conditions certainly didn't suit Leonie Beck. She is very, very good in those flat, calm conditions. But as we saw, when she was able to get into the marina, she really can turn on that pace. And it is the difference that we get the top 10 there. Leonie Beck, Bettina Fabian, Angela Martinez, Ginevra Taducci, Anna Marcela Cunha, Leah Boy, Caroline Juiz just falling away at the very end. Vivian Jungblut, Candela Sanchez rounding out our top 9. It does play such a crucial part in the race, though, these conditions. Be interested to see what Leonie has to say post-race about how it felt out there and how she felt in that final stretch of the race when the conditions were starting to calm down. More importantly, how does this impact what lies ahead for Leonie Beck in 2024? Of course, the goal for Leonie being the Paris Olympic Games. She's had that one circled for many, many years. 26 years of age. She is well and truly in the prime of her career, looking to get on that top dais. Anna Marcela Cunha, the reigning Olympic champion. Leonie Beck will, of course, want to be dominating in Paris. And I think if we do get really calm conditions, you can't bet against Leonie Beck. She's seen that. We've seen that time and time again. We saw in Doha, she wasn't able to swim through the field as much as she usually is. The likes of Sharon Van Rooyendaal, very good in those choppy conditions. From what I've heard, we know that the Seine River will certainly have its challenges in the fact that we will be seeing some quite drastic current changes in the water. So will that affect the chop and the overall race quality? It's yet to be determined, but we will certainly be watching with intrigue, especially as we get closer to that. Golfolo Aranci last year played out in similar fashion to today's race. There was a little bit of chop, especially as the day drew on. We'll see if Leonie Beck comes down to race that. It will be a very different race to what we saw today. Last year in Golfolo Aranci, we saw 156 athletes take to the water. 27 federations were represented. Today, only 32 women were in that race, so a much smaller pack that you're able to manage. But I'm sure Leonie will be looking forward to that big pack race once again. Although it will be very different to the race that will be seen in Paris. Only a handful of athletes being able to represent their federations at the Olympic Games. Always a struggle to get more athletes in the water at the Olympics due to the size restrictions on the oval athlete representation, and of course that being due to the size of the Olympic Village. Regardless though, Leonie Beck has punched her ticket, as has Bettina Fabian, who should be absolutely thrilled with her race today. Angela Martinez rounding out the top 3 officially. And what a race that was to round out what was stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay. We've seen the men's and the women's 10 kilometers being awarded to two superstars of our sport in Dominic Goatzarenza and Leonie Beck. taking home titles. We'll see both of those athletes back in action tomorrow in the mixed 1500 meter freestyle relay. Of course, if you're tuned in now, be sure to stick around for our medal presentation, which will be conducted for both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers as soon as possible. So we have still some of our athletes out on the course doing a great job making their way, some for the very first time. To see them competing, some of them in fact from Egypt, so to get the opportunity to represent their home federation in a home race truly is a special achievement. Just confirming once more to our spectators that all athletes, if they have not finished within 30 minutes of the completion of our first athlete, will receive a did not finish mark against their name. It's fantastic though to have them out racing, getting the experience, hopefully one day being able to represent their federations at the World Championships and even the Olympic Games. Recapping the results once more, it was Leonie Beck who stormed home to victory ahead of Bettina Fabian. She came back from a body length down with about 100 meters to go. Bettina Fabian did a fantastic job to maintain that lead out in front, but just wasn't enough to hold off the 2023 series winner, 2023 Som Bay winner, and of course the 2023 world champion in Leonie Beck. It's a good point to note, Leonie Beck never been beaten in Egypt after defending her title once more in today's 10 kilometers. Start to think about the legacy of an athlete and a performer such as Leonie Beck, certainly starting to build that resume out. Unfortunately today didn't see that 79th international medal being awarded to Ana Marcela Cunha, in arguably the GOAT of open water swimming on the women's side and possibly on all sides of the sport. Ana Marcela, truly a spectacular athlete, and to be fair, most of the field should be thanking Ana Marcela after Lisa Powell separated from the field in that second lap. The only reason they caught up is because Ana Marcela shot forward from about 8th in the pack into 3rd, chasing very hard, managing to catch up to Lisa Powell and Genevieve Taducci. Ultimately though, there was plenty to unpack from today's race. A massive well done to all of our athletes who've taken part, especially, of course, our sprint leaders for today. From Spain, in the women's space, Paula Otero Fernandez took a clean sweep, went out with intent and took care of business in lap 1, 3, and 4, the first across the line in all 3 of those laps. In the men's space, David Bethlehem did similar, second across the line in lap 1 and then led through lap 3 and 4, ultimately finishing in 5th position. Certainly an athlete that continues to impress, much like Bettina Fabian, of course. Both Hungarian athletes, both continuing to develop, both junior world champions, so a lot of similarities between the two. And I'm sure there'll be a point where both of those athletes will be looking to claim world titles, potentially Olympic titles, in simultaneous fashion. You look forward, though, to potentially the 2028 or 2032 Olympic Games. It's hard to predict what the open water scene will look like. I'd say, though, it's a safe bet to expect Bettina Fabian and David Bethlehem to play a part in those two positions. Specifically, Bettina, she's been able to show now on numerous occasions she's happy to mix it with the best of the best. And she was oh so close to taking out the overall gold today ahead of Leonie Beck. Mira Sismak, also a training partner or country representative alongside Bettina Fabian, is in racing today. She's getting ready for the NCAA Championships. Proud representative of the American collegiate system, and continuing to show that the developments coming through the Hungarian junior space. So far, though, it's David Bethlehem that's really leading it on the men's side. Of course, Krzysztof Rozovsky is leading the current generation of Hungarian open water swimmers. Anna Olaz, the previous generation for the women's open water scene in Hungary. She's continued to show that she's world class. Again, another fantastic effort by her today. Really well displayed at World Championships as well. Didn't get the same opportunities as she's had in years past, but still operates as a true professional of the sport, which is great to see. And I'm sure, as we were saying in the men's race, these athletes are integral to the development of the sport for the federation. So there we have, once again, our top 10 as a recap. It is Beck, Fabian, and Martinez rounding out the top 3. Sandoval of Mexico rounding out our top 10. Vivian Jongblut in 8th position. Anna Olaz just outside the top 10 in 11th. Lisa Powell falling back as well. Barbara Pozobon in 13th. We saw it was quite a big gap from 15th to 16th. Santoni just falling off the pace, and we've officially had 21 athletes across the line, with Pushko of Kazakhstan now finished. This has been a great day here in Egypt. We will have our medal presentation of both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers in 10 minutes time. So if you're tuned in from around the world, please stay online as we get ready to award the gold, silver, and bronze in the men's and the women's 10 kilometer title. This has been stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. My name is Will Roller. It has been my absolute pleasure to call the action. Looking very much forward to what lies ahead in both the medal presentation and once more the action tomorrow as we look to crown the champion in the mixed 4x1500 meter freestyle relay through this incredible course in this picturesque scene here in Egypt. It is very exciting, and we'll pick up the action in just under 10 minutes time for our medal presentation.
coaches, swimmers, please join us for the ceremony.
Welcome back to stage one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Som Bay, Egypt. As we mentioned before, we're just moments away from the medal presentation of today's men's and women's 10 kilometers. Recapping once more, in the men's race, it was Italian domination. Domenico Azzarenza ahead of Gregorio Patroneri and Dario Borani, rounding out the top three in today's action. It was, of course, David Bethlehem who controlled the majority of the race, but ultimately Domenico Azzarenza storms home for victory, much like he did in Madeira last year, taking the final victory of the season. So continuing his winning ways here in Som Bay. Great to see him starting off the season in emphatic fashion. Last year's winner, Florian Welbrock, not here to defend his title. Conversely, of course, in the women's race, it was Leonie Beck defending her title from last year's series start here in Egypt. It was a dominant win, just storming home ahead of Hungary's Bettina Fabian, who did have an exemplary finish to her race, but of course the likes of Beck just too strong over those final stages of a race. In third, we saw Spain once again up in the medals, much like they were at the recent World Championships, with Maria Valdez in the mix. It was Angela Martinez today who got on the podium. Martinez joins Fernandez, who was very strong across the race, picking up all the top sprint points across lap 1, 3, 4, and lap 1, 3, and 4. Ginducci did a fantastic job to fight throughout the race, ultimately settling in 4th position. Lisa Pui of Monaco was very good as well early on, but faded towards the back end of the race, finishing back in 12th position. So there is still the medal presentation to be conducted for today's race, alongside more action set for the screens tomorrow in the mixed 4x1500 meter freestyle relay. Looking through the entry list, of course, the powerhouse nations set to race in Italy, France, and Germany. All three countries well represented in the relay tomorrow, as well as what was a great representation from them today. So excited to see them battle out. You'd have to pick Italy as the favorites from this point. Of course, Domenico Atrenza joining forces with Gregorio Palcineri, Ginevra Taducci, and Barbara Pozzobon, the team that won gold at the 2023 World Championships. They won silver just behind the Australians this year at the 2024 World Championships in Doha. And they'll be looking to get back to their winning ways tomorrow, but they'll be up against it. France well represented once more. Jules Wallart, and of course, one of the best men in the world in Marc-Antoine Olivier, looking to join forces with none other than Ocean Castagnol and Caroline Juis. Germany also in the mix. The men obviously lacking the likes of Ollie Clement and Florian Walbrook, two very hefty additions to any relay team. But Leonie Beck will be looking to join forces with Leah Boy in that relay. Once again, getting the results now. Leonie Beck on top. Bettina Fabian in second, just 0.4 of a second separating them. Anna Olaz in 11th. Lisa Powell of Monaco in 12th. Kazakhstan represented well, as was Egypt throughout today's competition. Fedotova in through 20th. Pushko in 21st. Samir in 22nd. Off the pace ever so slightly. And Kazakhstan rounding out in 29th position. 32 athletes started today's race. 29 were able to finish. A true testament to the continued development of open water swimming. As you see on the screen, we do have the men's and the women's 10-kilometer medal ceremony coming up very, very shortly. So please do stay tuned as we look to head over to medals in 1 second.
Test. Test.
Athletes, coaches, audience, please have a seat.
So here we are in the medal ceremony area. We can see a number of athletes having completed a tough day of racing. Ready to go for the medal ceremony. As we mentioned, very exciting to have racing back for the 2024 season. I'm sure I echo the thoughts of open water swimming fans around the world. It's an Italian affair across the men's race. Domenico Atrenza, Mimo, on top of the world once again at a World Cup. Hasn't been defeated since all the way back in May last year at a World Cup stop. Can he continue his winning ways into Golfo Oranchi? For now, he'll soak in the moment and enjoy the opportunity to stand alongside not only his countrymen but his teammates in a show of true patriotism as Italy go 1, 2, 3 in the men's 10 kilometers. It's a great showing here in Somabay, Egypt. You can see a decent crowd on hand to have witnessed what was some spectacular racing across both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers. Had a good crowd all day cheering on these athletes. It's the beauty of what open water swimming can provide, is the opportunity to go to venues such as Somabay. We're truly blessed in 2024 to be racing in some fantastic venues. Today, of course, being one of them. Moving forward, we will go to Golfo Oranchi, which was the highlight of last year. Stop 3, once again back to Setúbal, Portugal. 4 will be once more in Hong Kong, China, which is very, very exciting after a bit of a break in between the swims in Hong Kong. It used to be a main fixture on the calendar, but has been a while since we did race an open water series stop in Hong Kong, China. Then our final stop will be held later in the year, which is equally as exciting. So we get ready to crown our champions. You can see just on the bottom of the screen there, that's David Bethlehem. Unfortunate not to be up on the podium himself after a great showing. It's good to see these athletes sticking around to support their teammates. Mario Sanzullo also in screen there. The Hungarian team well represented. We saw them race strongly at last year's World Cup stops. In fact, they took the win quite comfortably in the 4x1500 meter freestyle relay at the Setúbal stop. The team Mira Sismak, Bettina Fabian, David Bethlehem and Krzysztof Rozowski. That team finished in 3rd position at this year's World Championships. It was an impressive final leg from Krzysztof Rozowski to swim through the field. As we can see here, the stage is set for the presentation of both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers here in Somabay. We've seen our sprint titles being awarded. The men's hotly contested throughout the race. We saw David Bethlehem really charge hard through the early stages, ultimately being awarded the lead sprint title for today. On the women's side, slightly different affair where we had only one athlete really stamp their name on the points, but ultimately didn't impact the end result. It was Paula Otira Fernandez taking the points for the sprint title today. Top points for the overall series, of course, sitting with none other than our winners in both the men's and the women's. So Leonie Beck once again on top, the defending title holder from 2023. Domenico Azzarenza didn't win last year the overall series. It was Krzysztof Rozowski who was very consistent across the series. He went on to win. So Krzysztof not featuring in, well, even really the top 10 today. he had to negate those responsibilities to his up-and-coming teammate in David Bethlehem. Just some final preparations now at the medal presentation area. And truly blessed to be able to race here. It's a great venue that puts on a spectacular show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to present the winner of the World Aquatic
So back again now to the medal presentation area. Once more, as stated earlier, award both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers titles for what has been a perfect start to stage 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series.
We are here to present the winner of the World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Somabay 2024. But before we start, first take 1 minute of silence in respect of the French coach, Julien Cotini. Please stand up. Thank you. The medal will be presented by Engineer Yasser Please, the Egyptian Olympic Egyptian Committee, and Bureau member and the President of Egyptian Swimming Federation. Engineer Yasser, please. The winner of the men French model from Italy, Dario Varini.
So there we have Dario Varani, our bronze medalist from today's competition, really storming home. And no surprise, Dario Varani, of course, the 2022 world champion over the 25 kilometers. In second, none other than Gregorio Patroneri. He has been a superstar of our sport and firing on all cylinders once more in 2024.
And the first position, Italy, Dominique Ascioniza.
And there is our champion, Domenico Atterenza, on top of the podium for the second straight World Cup. Continuing to build his legacy as Italy's best open water swimmer. A true honor to be held. And Mimo holds his head high alongside his teammates. And what a moment this would be for Domenico as they stand for the national anthem of Italy.
Now, please stand up for the Italian national anthem.
There we have the national anthem of Italy celebrating our clean sweep across the men's 10 kilometers. Domenico Azzarenza in top of the podium. Gregorio Patronetti in second. And Dario Verani rounding out the top three. A fantastic result for Italian open water swimming. Both Gregorio and Dario really charging home in the back half of that race to take their medals. And now we'll move forward to the presentation of our women's 10 kilometers. In third there, we have none other than Angela Martinez. It's great to see Spain being well represented at this level. Second, Bettina Fabian storming through. What a finishing run she made. Just falling short, the 2022 Junior World Champion. A bright future indeed ahead of her. And on top of the podium, once again, defending her title from 2023 is Leonie Beck of Germany. She really is starting to become one of the most decorated athletes in open water swimming. She has dominated on so many levels. That Olympic gold medal just out of reach at the moment. What does 2024 have in store for Leonie Beck as we stand for the national anthem of Germany? Well, there you have it, the conclusion of today's excellent start to competition. Leonie Beck on top of the world, Bettina Fabian in second, Angela Martinez in third. The men's race, similar fashion, an exciting finish. It was Domenico Azzarenza ahead of his countryman Gregorio Patroneri, Dario Verani. A fantastic display of what is great about our incredible sport here. This, of course, being the first stop of the series, meaning Leonie Beck and Domenico Azzarenza lead the way as our point leaders. Up next, of course, we have our 4x1500 meter freestyle relay. Germany, Italy, France, among the power nations set to race in that. My name is Will Rollo. It has been my absolute privilege to call the action today on day one of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Somabay, Egypt. And I look forward to calling the action with you tomorrow.